भारी संख्या में यहाँ लोग उपस्थित हुए हैं इस रोमांचक दृश्य को देखने के लिए। मौसम विभाग के अनुसार मौसम पूरी तरह सामान्य अनुकूल है इस प्रमोशन के लिए। अब आपके सामने प्रस्तुत है LVM-3 का इंटीग्रेशन वीडियो।
We bring to you a small clipping of the integration video for the LVM-3 rocket.
Minus 25 minutes.
On your TV screens, you are watching the visuals from second vehicle assembly building where the full LVM-3M4 rocket has been assembled. These are the strap-on boosters getting assembled segment by segment.
Roger.
Each S200 has got 3 segments
Roger.
called nozzle end segment, middle segment and head end segment, to which the nozzle is assembled, and one after the other the segments are joined together. When the fully assembled solid rocket booster is handled carefully with a crane and being lowered on to the mobile launch pedestal as an integrated rocket, the igniter assembly then takes place, and this is the strap-on nose cones. On your TV screens, it is the core L110 stage being brought to the second vehicle assembly building for tilting and assembly between the S200 boosters.
जी हाँ, अभी आपने देखा दोनों S200 स्टब-ऑन बूस्टर्स के साथ L110 को भी संलग्न कर दिया गया है और यह है क्रायोजेनिक अपर स्टेज, CH-25 कहा जाता है इसे। बहुत ही जटिल इंजन है ये C-20 इंजन। बहुत ही सावधानी पूर्वक पूरी दक्षता के साथ यह कार्य संपन्न किया जाता है। यह है इक्विपमेंट बे जो कि दिमाग है इस रॉकेट का, और यह है हमारा प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल, चंद्रयान 3 का प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल है ये। चंद्रयान 2 के पश्चात इसमें काफी सुधार किए गए हैं। 758 वॉट के सोलर पैनल्स लगे हुए हैं, 440 न्यूटन के थ्रस्टर्स हैं, और यहाँ आप देख रहे हैं लैंडर और रोवर को। ये रोवर है जो चंद्रमा में विचरण करेगा। पूरी सावधानी के साथ इसे संयोजित कर दिया जाता है, और यह लैंडर मॉड्यूल रोवर के साथ अब इस लैंडर मॉड्यूल को प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल के साथ संयोजित कर दिया जा रहा है।
Minus 22 minutes. Request all stations change over to channel 2 at T minus 21 minutes. No confirmation
सभी
is needed
परीक्षण
to control.
पूर्ण होने के पश्चात
MCC confirms data from chain 2.
इस समुच्चय को
RSD confirms data from chain 1.
पेलोड फेयरिंग के अंदर सुरक्षित कर दिया जा रहा है। पेलोड एडेप्टर, अंतरिक्ष यान और पेलोड फेयरिंग, इन सभी के समुच्चय को एनकैप्सुलेटेड असेंबली कहते हैं। अब इसे व्हीकल असेंबली बिल्डिंग लाया जा रहा है और क्रेन की मदद से इसे क्रायो स्टेज के ऊपर संयोजित किया जा रहा है। अब पूर्णतः तैयार LVM-3M4 रॉकेट व्हीकल असेंबली बिल्डिंग से निकलकर लॉन्च पैड की ओर जा रहा है। इसे मोबाइल लॉन्च पेडेस्टल पर रखकर करीब
21 minutes.
1 किलोमीटर की दूरी तय की जाती है।
Change over to channel 2.
Roger.
RSO to ROD, range safety systems are ready.
ROD Roger.
CNC to TTC director.
अब इसे सावधानी पूर्वक लॉन्च पैड ले आया गया है।
Launch of
और बाकी की स्वास्थ्य जांच यहां से पूरी की
All
जाएंगी।
stations to note, event number 430 and 431 is completed. Chandrayaan 3
पूर्ण
spacecraft,
संयोजित और
lander module and
तैयार
propulsion
LVM
module
3
are on
M4 रॉकेट
landing.
आगे की जांच तथा तरल नोदक का भराव यहां संपन्न किया जाता है।
The LVM-3 M4 rocket standing majestically against a picturesque background in the second launch pad. LVM-3 rocket will fly for the seventh launch today. 43.5 meters tall and 642 tons heavy launch vehicle has been operationalized
20
after
minutes.
an experimental and two developmental missions. Mission executives on your screen. That's the spacecraft director
Control to note event number 430
and
is
associate
complete.
spacecraft director. LVM-3 is India's largest and heaviest launch vehicle, ferrying Indian and international customer satellites.
Vehicle Director to Mission Director. LVM-3 M4 launch vehicle is ready for the Chandrayaan 3 mission. Mission Director Roger.
Mission Director to
अब हम
Chandrayaan
उड़ान
3
से
spacecraft,
19
both
मिनट
propulsion module
12
and
सेकंड की
lander
दूरी
module
पर
health is normal and cleared for launch.
Mission Director Roger.
ROD to mission director, range is ready for LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan 3 launch.
minus 19 minutes.
Mission Director Roger.
TTC Director to Mission Director, all ISRO stations and network is ready to support LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan 3 mission.
रेंज ऑपरेशन डायरेक्टर, टेलीमेट्री ट्रैकिंग एंड कमांड डायरेक्टर, सैटेलाइट डायरेक्टर और व्हीकल डायरेक्टर अपने तंत्रों की जानकारी मिशन डायरेक्टर को देते हैं।
All necessary clearances are obtained for the launch of LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan 3 mission. Mission Readiness Review Committee and Launch Authorization Board have already given authorization for the launch of LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan 3 mission. Based on the readiness of vehicle systems, range, spacecraft and TTC confirmed by respective mission executives and the prevailing favorable weather conditions, Mission Director hereby authorizes for the launch operation sequence of launch of LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan 3 mission at 14 hours 35 minutes 17 seconds Indian Standard Time today, the 14th July 2023 from second launch pad of SDSC Shar.
Control Roger. All stations to know, Mission Director has given authorization for launch.
जी हाँ, अभी आपने घोषणा सुनी। मिशन डायरेक्टर ने इस लॉन्च के लिए ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू करने का अनुमोदन दे दिया है। इसके पश्चात व्हीकल डायरेक्टर एलएस ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू करेंगे।
On your screens, you have just watched Mission Director Shri Mohan Kumar giving clearance for the initiation of automatic launch sequence. This is based on the confirmation of readiness of all participating team for range, launch vehicle, spacecraft and tracking. The automatic launch sequence is scheduled to begin at T-14 minutes 30 seconds, as a part of which the most critical control system elements are checked for the launch vehicle.
Minus 17 minutes.
Very close to the launch time, control will be passed on to the onboard
Roger.
computers.
VLCC to LCC to note. Timing
व्यूअर्स
confirmed,
गैलरी दर्शकों से
external full
खचाखच भरी हुई।
VLCC Roger.
बहुत भारी संख्या में यहाँ लोग उपस्थित हुए हैं। आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत है सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र में।
Enthusiastic viewers from all across the country gathering at Satish Dhawan Space Center Launch View Gallery for witnessing this historic moment
Data
of
loggers
Chandrayaan
are
3
on
launch.
Shatu stations. Copied.
The countdown for LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan 3 mission has lasted for 25 and a half hours. It was commenced on 1:30 p.m. yesterday.
While of operation of hydrogen tank.
During countdown, the launch vehicle
Minus
stages are
16
serviced with propellants.
Vehicle Director to
Gas
ALS
bottles
control.
meant for stage
Vehicle
operations are
Director
charged.
authorizes
While the Earth
automatic
storable
launch sequence
propellant
for the
filling was
LVM-3
concluded
M4
more than
Chandrayaan 3
16
mission.
hours ago,
ALSC
the
Roger.
cryogenic propellants
SDA servers activated. MC confirms data from SHAR 1 and
अभी
SHAR
अभी
2.
कंफर्म किया गया है। व्हीकल डायरेक्टर श्री बीजूसी थॉमस ने ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू कर दिया है। अब यह लॉन्च व्हीकल LVM-3M4 रॉकेट ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस के अंतर्गत है।
Automatic launch
इसका
sequence
मतलब ऑन बोर्ड
initiated for
कंप्यूटर
LVM-3M4
पूरी तरह
launch.
स्वचालित हो चुका है।
ALS in auto mode.
We are very close to the launch. And the day of launch, wind biasing data is fed during the countdown to the onboard computers to enable most suitable steering of the launch vehicle through atmosphere. Up next, we will watch a curtain raiser video on this
Event
mission.
number 465, request CGSS to confirm supply of GN2 to Cryon.
Moon. This familiar object in the night sky has inspired the imagination of astronomers and ordinary people alike. From time immemorial, humans have marveled at the beauty of the moon, used it to count time and navigate the high seas. In modern times, Moon, the only natural satellite of the Earth, has acquired added importance due to the belief that Moon is the key to our understanding of the evolution of the solar system in general and Earth in particular.
14 minutes.
Besides, Moon's precious resources and low gravity have further endeared it to humans. India, a major spacefaring nation, has conducted a detailed exploration of the Moon through its Chandrayaan program. The country has sent 2 robotic spacecraft to orbit the Moon and to take a repeated look at its surface. Chandrayaan-1 demonstrated India's ability to reach the surface of the Moon at a place and time of its choice. And with it, India became the 4th country to reach the surface of the Moon in November 2008. Besides, Chandrayaan-1's conclusive discovery of water on the Moon in 2009 was praised as a path-breaking discovery. The follow-on mission, Chandrayaan-2, had an orbiter, a lander called Vikram, and a rover named Pragyan. In the past 4 years, the orbiter has repeatedly observed the lunar surface and even today is working satisfactorily. Now, 3,900 kilograms Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft is being sent to the Moon with the objective of making yet another focused attempt to slowly land on the lunar surface and to explore it with the help of a rover. Following the spacecraft launched by India's most capable rocket LVM-3, the Chandrayaan-3 lander carrying a rover within it will be carried into an orbit around the Moon by the propulsion module. A little later, the lander will separate from that module and will attempt to make a soft landing in the south polar region of the
-12
Moon.
minutes.
This region is of intense interest as it has many permanently shadowed craters which could contain water ice and precious minerals. Chandrayaan-3 lander has 4 scientific instruments or payloads, of which one will study the moonquakes, while the other one studies as to how the surface of the Moon allows heat to flow through it. The third one will study the plasma environment near the Moon's surface. And the fourth instrument will enable scientists to measure the distance between the Earth and Moon very accurately. The 2 instruments on the rover help us study the composition of the Moon's surface using X-rays and laser respectively. While the lander and rover will be in direct contact with each other, the propulsion module circling the Moon will observe the light coming from Earth, the only planet which we know which is definitely teeming with life. This observation will help in understanding the nature of distant
S200
planets
redundant chain actuation
circling
complete.
stars other than the Sun. As Chandrayaan 3 undergoes important tests and gears up for launch, thousands of ISRO scientists, including those who will launch it, control it, and receive the precious scientific information from it using giant dish antennas, are readying themselves for the challenging tasks ahead. In the past, their dedication and skill have enabled India to earn praise from across the world
L110 prime
and
chain
made
actuation
it
in
proud.
progress.
Let us wish them well in this great endeavor called Chandrayaan 3.
10 minutes.
आपके सामने हैं इसरो के अध्यक्ष श्री एस सोमनाथ। अभी अभी आपने देखा एक संक्षिप्त वीडियो जिसमें एनिमेशन की मदद से इस पूरे मिशन की यात्रा को बताया गया है, इस मिशन के ऑब्जेक्टिव को समझाया गया।
Which tank level correction completed?
Chandrayaan
L110 prime
3
chain actuation
has two
completed.
predecessors with destination Moon as their mission objective. Chandrayaan 1, launched by PSLV C-11 in October
T25 prime
2008,
chain actuation in progress.
included lunar orbiter and impactor. During the mission life of around 10 months, Chandrayaan 1 had mapped the minerals on lunar surface, acquired 70,000 images to help
Minus 9
create
minutes.
3D atlas of Moon, and what's more, found water on Moon's polar regions. Chandrayaan 2, launched by LVM-3M1 on 22nd of July 2019, consisted of lunar orbiter, lander named Vikram, and rover named Pragyan. The orbiter is still providing insightful scientific information through its payloads like spectrometers, synthetic aperture radar, and cameras.
चंद्रयान 3 की चंद्रमा की सतह में उतरने के इस मिशन को कुल 10 चरणों में पूरा किया जाएगा। संक्षेप में यह इस प्रकार है। सर्वप्रथम चंद्रयान 3 को LVM-3 प्रमोचक रॉकेट द्वारा पृथ्वी की
T25 prime chain
एलिप्टिकल
actuation
टारगेट
completed.
ऑर्बिट, जो कि 170 बाई 36,500 किलोमीटर की ऑर्बिट है, उसमें प्रमोचित किया जाएगा। वहां से चंद्रयान में
-8
मैन्यूवर
minutes.
कर पृथ्वी की गुरुत्वाकर्षण की सहायता से चंद्रयान की गति को वृद्धि की जाएगी। फिर चंद्रयान पृथ्वी की कक्षा से निकलकर चंद्रमा की कक्षा में जाएगा। चंद्रमा की कक्षा में जाते ही उसमें फिर से मैन्यूवर कर चंद्रमा की 100 किलोमीटर की वृत्ताकार कक्षा में स्थापित किया जाएगा।
S200 prime chain actuation in progress.
फिर सही समय आने पर लैंडर मॉड्यूल को प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा। यह आप अपनी स्क्रीन पर देख पा रहे हैं, यह है प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल। प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल का मुख्य उद्देश्य है लैंडर तथा रोवर को पृथ्वी की कक्षा से चंद्रमा की कक्षा में, जो कि 100 किलोमीटर की वृत्ताकार कक्षा होगी, उसमें उचित अभिवृत्ति में लैंडर मॉड्यूल को अपने से पृथक कर चंद्रमा की सतह पर भेजना है। ऐसा करने के लिए इसमें MMH और मॉन का प्रयोग कर 440 न्यूटन के थ्रस्टर्स वाले इंजन्स लगे हुए हैं।
S200 prime chain actuation completed.
-7
इसमें आवश्यक
minutes.
संचार सुविधाएं भी उपलब्ध हैं।
Speaking about the major milestones in the journey of Chandrayaan 3 to the Moon, the spacecraft consists of propulsion module, lander, and rover. Lander is planned to touch down at south pole of Moon. The major 10 phases of the mission are: the first phase, called the Earth-centric phase, comprises of pre-launch, launch, ascent, and earthbound maneuver. While the second phase is the lunar transfer phase, as the name suggests, the Chandrayaan spacecraft moves closer to the Moon. Next 8 phases are in the Moon orbit, the third being the lunar orbit insertion, followed by the moon-bound maneuvers phase,
Vehicle on
which mark
internal
the
power.
fourth phase. And next it is now that the propulsion module separates from the lunar module
-6 minutes.
when 100 by 100 circular orbit of the Moon is achieved. The Chandrayaan 3 in its sixth phase carries out D-boost
External power
from
withdrawn.
100 kilometers to 100 by 30 kilometers orbit, followed by the pre-landing phase as 7th phase, and then the most awaited
Flight
landing
coefficient
phase
loading started.
takes place.
Flight coefficient loading
आपके
completed.
सामने है मिशन नियंत्रण कक्ष का दृश्य। सभी सेंटर डायरेक्टर्स अपने स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं कि ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस किस तरह पूरा हो रहा है। दर्शक दीर्घा भी इस इंतज़ार पे। प्रमोशन से हम 5 मिनट की दूरी पर हैं।
-5 minutes.
Most of you might recall the Chandrayaan 2 mission
MC confirms radar
and the
data.
intense moments when all the enthusiastic
Number
Indians were
508, final charging of
waiting
Triumph
for the
to return
touchdown of the
from
lander
of
on the
Triumph
surface of
to
Moon.
normal.
The launch view gallery with the overwhelming crowd of visitors.
पूरे दर्शक दीर्घा यहाँ बहुत उत्साहित। मौसम में थोड़ी परेशानी हो सकती है, लेकिन सब अपनी सुविधाओं के साथ में यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं।
We are close to 4 minutes from the scheduled launch time.
-4 minutes.
Gaining from the heritage of Chandrayaan 2, the Chandrayaan 3 is upgraded in several aspects for the enhanced robustness
Pyro
through
and wall
extensive
battery
ground
mode.
tests and simulation.
Onboard computer in flight mode.
ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस जारी है। इस दौरान सभी संचार तंत्रों की स्वास्थ्य जांच, बैटरी आवेशन पूर्ण किया जा चुका है। कुछ अंतिम गतिविधियां जैसे ऑनबोर्ड कंप्यूटर पर रियल टाइम प्रोग्राम लोड करना, पायरो लाइन को आर्म मोड में लाना, गैस टैंक्स का अंतिम आवेशन, और यह सभी घटनाएं संतोषजनक तरीके से पूर्ण की जा रही हैं।
-3 minutes.
अब हम उड़ान से 3 मिनट की दूरी पर हैं। प्रमोशन तथा इस प्रमोशन की घटनाक्रम को पहले ही बताया जा चुका है। सर्वप्रथम दोनों S200 स्ट्रप-ऑन बूस्टर प्रज्वलित किए जाएंगे T0 पर।
Pre-flight pressurization of the hydrogen tank commenced.
S200 के प्रज्वलन के 108 सेकंड के पश्चात L110 जो कि
-2 minutes.
तरल नोदक पर आधारित चरण है, इसका प्रज्वलन शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। L110 के प्रज्वलन के पश्चात करीब 137 सेकंड पर S200 बूस्टर्स को यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा।
We are close to 1.5 minutes from the scheduled launch time.
सभी दर्शकों को ज्ञात है यह एक ऐतिहासिक मिशन होने वाला है। पूरे भारतवर्ष की आंखें इसमें हैं। इस यादगार पल के लिए यहाँ सब उपस्थित।
-1 minute.
अब हम उड़ान से 1 मिनट की दूरी पर।
-55 seconds. -50 seconds.
All sequences armed.
Stage ready.
minus
TB ready.
45 seconds, minus 40 seconds,
L110 VHPP open. MOV
minus
79 open.
35 seconds, minus 30 seconds,
Real-time programs activated.
minus 25 seconds,
L110 VSPP open.
minus 20 seconds, minus 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of
R2 tracking.
LVM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
P2 tracking.
प्रज्वलन और सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन LVM-3 M4 रॉकेट का। यह भीमकाय रॉकेट आसमान को चीरते हुए अपनी भयानक दहाड़ से चारों ओर कंपन उत्पन्न कर रहा है। इसे हम यहाँ महसूस कर सकते हैं और यही दहाड़ है जो वैज्ञानिकों को रोमांचित करती है। LVM-3 के उत्थापन के साथ ही हमारे अंतरिक्ष यान चंद्रयान-3 की चंद्रमा की यात्रा प्रारंभ हो चुकी है।
As the rocket is soaring through the clear skies, every second moving closer to the accomplishment of the most important milestone in its mission to moon. Every Indian witnessing the launch live is content with the feeling of watching history in the making.
चंद्रमा की सतह पर अपना छाप छोड़ने के लिए चंद्रयान-3 अपने मिशन को पूरा करने निकल चुका है। वर्तमान में दोनों S-200 स्टेप ऑन बूस्टर सामान निष्पादन करते हुए अपनी निर्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं।
The S-200 motors thrusting simultaneously, generating a peak thrust of close to 6,000 kilonewtons in vacuum. They are made of HTPB-based solid propellant, 204.5 tons in each strap-on. Close to 2 tons of propellant being burnt each second.
S-200 स्टेप ऑन बूस्टर्स का कुल प्रज्वलन काल 126 सेकंड का है और अभी अभी घोषणा की गई L110 स्टेज का भी प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है।
Apart from the strap-ons, the core stage has also commenced its operation. This stage, based on combination
200 stages are separated.
of hypergolic earth storable liquid propellants UH-25 and N2O4. Now the S-200s have been separated.
घटनाक्रम के अनुसार इस यान से S-200 स्टेप ऑन बूस्टर्स को सफलतापूर्वक पृथक कर दिया गया है। यह काम सेपरेशन मोटर्स की मदद से किया जाता है। इसके बाद L110 तरल नोदक पर आधारित और विकास इंजन के साथ यह चरण सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ अपनी उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ रहा है। अब यान क्लोज लूप गाइडेंस के अंतर्गत है।
L110 stage performance normal.
The trajectory of launch vehicle is closely following the prediction.
Payload fairing separated.
जी हाँ, पेलोड फेयरिंग को पृथक कर दिया गया है यान से, क्योंकि यान अब 114.8 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई प्राप्त कर चुका है। इस चरण का कुल प्रज्वलन काल 200 सेकेंड होता है और इस दौरान यह करीब 1600 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न करता है।
We are 220 seconds past the launch time. Current altitude is 135 kilometers. In the 200 seconds of its operation, the L110 stage carries the rocket up to 175.5 kilometers altitude and imparts a relative velocity of 4.18 kilometers per second, that is 250 kilometers every minute.
L110 stage performance normal.
LVM-3M4 रॉकेट का द्वितीय चरण पूर्णतः सामान्य निष्पादन करते हुए इस चरण में कुल 113 टन के तरल नोदक भरे जाते हैं। N2O4 तथा UH-25 अर्थ स्टोरेबल प्रोपेलेंट को ईंधन के रूप में प्रयोग किया जाता है इस चरण में।
Stage ignition is authorized.
अगला चरण C25 का प्रज्वलन भावी है।
Plus 5 minutes.
One ton stage thrust cut off and separated to C25 ignition command. 25 ignition confirmed.
That's a piece of really good news that the third stage has started its operation. The C25 stage has been ignited.
जी हाँ, एक बहुत ही जटिल प्रक्रिया होती है क्रायो इंजन का इग्निशन और इसके प्रज्वलन के साथ ही तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से गूंज उठा है मिशन नियंत्रण कक्ष। तृतीय चरण C25 वर्तमान में प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर रहा है। पूर्णतः सामान्य, सभी तंत्र पूर्णतः सामान्य हैं।
118 kilonewtons thrust in vacuum is what this stage develops with its 28.6 tons propellant combination of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Present altitude is
performance normal.
तृतीय और यह अंतिम चरण है इस यान का C25। यह क्रायो ईंधन पर आधारित चरण है जिसमें लिक्विड हाइड्रोजन, लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन का इस्तेमाल होता है। इसमें कुल 28 टन का क्रायो ईंधन पूरी सुरक्षा तथा सावधानी के साथ भरा जाता है। इस चरण में 186 किलोन्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न होता है और यह करीब 640 सेकंड तक प्रज्वलित रहेगा। इसमें दिशा नियंत्रण के लिए इंजन जिम्बल का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। क्रायो ईंधन का विशिष्ट आवेग 446 सेकंड के करीब होता है।
currently the rocket is at an altitude of 210 kilometers.
Plus 7 minutes.
While there is no much variation in altitude, this stage will add to the relative velocity immensely.
Cryo stage
आइए
performance
अब आपको
normal.
पेलोड के बारे में जानकारी देते हैं। लैंडर मॉड्यूल्स पे कई वैज्ञानिक प्रयोगों के लिए पेलोड्स लगाए गए हैं।
India's prestigious lunar landing spacecraft Chandrayaan 3 moving closer to its intended injection spot in the orbit. The propulsion module provides propulsion for earthbound maneuvers, translunar injection, and moonbound orbits. It also has a payload to study the spectral and polarimetric measurements of Earth and lunar orbit. The abbreviated name of the payload is SHAPE. Among the payloads of the lander module, the following are included. A Langmuir probe called Rambha to measure the near-surface plasma density, that is the density of ions and electrons, and its changes with time. The second payload is Chandra's Surface Thermophysical Experiment or CHASTE to measure thermal properties of lunar surface near polar regions. To measure the seismicity around the landing site and delineating the structure of the lunar crust and mantle, payload ILSA is there. The rover, after its descent, will further the
Cryo
scientific
stage
study
performance
objectives
normal.
through its own payloads. For better understanding of chemical and mineralogical composition of lunar surface, LIBS or laser-induced breakdown spectroscope is included. Another payload is the alpha particle X-ray spectrometer.
जी हाँ, लैंडर मॉड्यूल में 3 पेलोड हैं, रोवर में 2 और प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल में 1 पेलोड भेजा गया है। चंद्रयान 3 के स्वदेशी लैंडर और रोवर में नितभारों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। यह अंतर्ग्रही मिशन के लिए भी आवश्यक तकनीकों का प्रदर्शन करेंगे। लैंडर के पास यह क्षमता है कि वह चंद्रमा की उबड़ खाबड़ सतह में भी बड़ी सावधानी से उतर सकेगा और रोवर को बाहर लाने के लिए और संचार सुविधाएं प्रदान करने के लिए सक्षम होगा। चंद्रयान 3 के लैंडर और रोवर में कुल 6 नितभार हैं। रेडियो एस्ट्रोनॉमी ऑफ मून बाउंड हाइपर सेंसिटिव आइनोस्फीयर एंड एटमॉस्फेयर, जिसे शॉर्ट में रंभा कहा जाता है, यह चंद्रमा की सतह के पास प्लाज्मा के घनत्व तथा समय के साथ बदलाव का मापन करेगा। इसके बाद चंद्र सरफेस थर्मोफिजिकल एक्सपेरिमेंट चंद्रमा के ध्रुवीय सतह के आसपास की थर्मल प्रॉपर्टीज का मापन करेगा। इंस्ट्रूमेंट फॉर ल्यूनर सिस्मिक एक्टिविटी लैंडिंग साइट के आसपास के क्षेत्र में भूकंप जैसी गतिविधियों का पता लगाएगा। रोवर में चंद्रमा की सतह के तत्वात्मक विश्लेषण के लिए लेजर इंड्यूस्ड ब्रेकडाउन स्पेक्ट्रोस्कोप और अल्फा पार्टिकल एक्सरे स्पेक्ट्रोस्कोप इसका इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। एक बहुत ही दिलचस्प वैज्ञानिक निर्धार है शेप स्पेक्ट्रोपोलैरिमेट्री ऑफ हैबिटेबल प्लैनेट अर्थ, जो कि चंद्रमा से पृथ्वी से परावर्तित नियर इंफ्रारेड किरणों का विश्लेषण दूसरे जीवन सहायक ग्रहों को खोजने में मदद करेगा। वर्तमान में C-25 इंजन कार्यरत है और पूर्णतः सामान्य प्रदर्शन कर रहा है। अब हम प्रमोशन से 700 सेकंड की दूरी पर आ चुके हैं। सापेक्ष गति 6.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड, ऊंचाई 191 किलोमीटर।
As we have told you about the Chandrayaan 3's upgrades in the aspects of enhanced robustness through extensive ground tests and simulation. During the last phase of landing, the module will have a vertical velocity of less than 1 meter per second and a horizontal velocity of less than 0.5 meters per second from a height of 3 meters. The lander legs are designed to be robust enough to thrive the impact. The cameras are tuned to take pictures ahead of the landing and enable intelligent decision making for choice of best location to land, avoiding craters and boulders on lunar surface. The successive pictures will also enable the craft to determine its horizontal and vertical velocity in real time. Laser Doppler velocity sensor is an upgrade in Chandrayaan 3 over its predecessor. It helps to determine instantaneous velocity of craft. Insights into the behavior of Chandrayaan 2 in the last few minutes of its descent has revealed to the scientists the necessity for upgrade in the guidance algorithm. Inputs from various sensors are used by the autonomous navigation guidance algorithm of Chandrayaan 3 to plan the flight path to the most suitable landing spot. The engines of Chandrayaan 3 are capable of more gradual throttling also.
वर्तमान में हम प्रमोशन से 817 सेकंड की दूरी पर आ चुके हैं। करीब 950 सेकंड पर तृतीय चरण क्रायोजेनिक इंजन को शट ऑफ कर दिया जाएगा। और उचित अभिवृद्धि प्राप्त कर चंद्रयान 3 को यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा। चंद्रयान 3 को LVM-3M4 द्वारा एलिप्टिकल पार्किंग ऑर्बिट में लॉन्च करने के पश्चात 170 किलोमीटर की पेरिजी पर क्रमशः 5 बार मैन्यूवरिंग कमांड दिया जाएगा। 5वीं बार में यह पृथ्वी से चंद्रमा की ओर प्रस्थान करेगा, जिसे हम ल्यूनर ट्रांसफर ऑर्बिट के नाम से जानते हैं। फिर 5 अगस्त 2023 को यह चंद्रमा की कक्षा में प्रवेश करेगा और फिर क्रमशः 5 मैन्यूवरिंग के पश्चात प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल चंद्रमा की 100 किलोमीटर की वृत्ताकार कक्षा में स्थापित हो जाएगा। यहाँ यह उचित समय और अमृति में लैंडर मॉड्यूल को पृथक करेगा और 23 अक्टूबर 2023 को चंद्रमा की सतह पर लैंडिंग की प्रक्रिया शुरू की जाएगी।
Plus 15 minutes.
We have come close to 900 seconds after the launch. Currently, the C-25 stage is thrusting. Current relative velocity is 9.29 kilometers per second.
जी हाँ, कुछ ही क्षणों में हम देखेंगे तृतीय चरण LVM-3M4 रॉकेट का चंद्रयान को उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर ले जा रहा है और उद्दिष्ट कक्षा प्राप्त होते ही और उचित अभिवृद्धि प्राप्त होते ही चंद्रयान 3 को अंतक्षेपित कर दिया जाएगा।
Cryo stage thrust cutoff. Satellite injection condition is achieved.
अभी पुष्टि की गई चंद्रयान 3 को प्रमोशन की कक्षा प्राप्त कर ली गई है।
Chandrayaan 3 satellite separated.
चंद्रयान 3 को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है एलिप्टिकल पार्किंग ऑर्बिट पर।
Chandrayaan 3 has attained a major milestone successfully.
Chandrayaan 3 mission accomplished. Handing over to mission director.
This is mission director. The LVM-3M4 Chandrayaan mission accomplished its precise satellite injection conditions. LVM-3M4 mission is successful. Jai Hind.
The launch has also added a feather in the cap of LVM-3 rocket. You can watch the jubilant congratulatory gestures of ISRO scientists in the Mission Control Center.
जी हाँ, चंद्रयान को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है, लेकिन चंद्रयान 3 की यात्रा अभी जारी है। अब इस मिशन के बारे में हम अध्यक्ष महोदय से सुनेंगे और हम आपसे आज्ञा लेते हैं।
We sign off.
नमस्कार।
Up next is address by Secretary DOS, Chairman ISRO.
Congratulations, India. Chandrayaan 3 has started its journey towards moon. Our dear LVM-3 has already put Chandrayaan 3 craft into the precise orbit around Earth. 170 by 36,500 kilometers was its intended target orbit, and it is precisely there now. And let us wish all the best for the Chandrayaan 3 craft to make its further orbit racing maneuvers and travel towards moon in the coming days. So let me wish all the very best to Chandrayaan 3 for its further journey towards moon. Before that, let me introduce the team behind this mission, the mission director, Mr. Mohan Kumar, and also the project director of LVM-3, and we have also the mission director for the Chandrayaan 3 craft, the project director of Chandrayaan 3, Veera Muthuvel. So over to them, Mohan.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Minister of State for Science and Technology and Departments of Space and Atomic Energy, Dr. Jitendra Singh, respected Chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space, former secretaries of the department, invited dignitaries, respected dignitaries and invitees, I am very happy to report here that the LVM-3 M4 vehicle has injected the Chandrayaan-3 satellite to the precise orbit, and once again the vehicle is proved to be the most reliable heavy lift vehicle of Indian Space Research Organization. Congratulations to the teamwork of ISRO family. I would like to appraise three things here. The vehicle systems are in the continuous process of quality improvement, especially in the event of our human rating efforts towards making the systems reliable. Secondly, the payload also, capability of the payload also is improved by mission strategies as well as vehicle engineering approaches. We are in the process of increasing the launch frequency of this vehicle considering the national requirements as well as satellite demands. Here, so many improvements we have incorporated in this vehicle. For example, the S200 nozzle, they are processed exactly as per the human rating standards, enabling us to have 100% NDT, and the inherent pocket erosion characteristics are removed. The L100 stage Vikas engine, mostly it is 100% qualified to be the human rated engine with indigenously developed LET throats, and the pocket, the back wall gas entry also is eliminated, and it is a perfect system. And CE20 stage also is perfectly, actually, sir.
Good. So we will describe all those details later because of shortage of time.
Yes, sir. I take this opportunity to thank all the mission executives because mission executives for all the supports all along the launch campaign process as well as the launch. Once the launch manifest is released and mission executives are identified, really this is a penance of so many across the ISRO centers, our launch vehicle centers, VSSC, LPSC, IPRC, IASU, SDSC, SHAR, URSC and SAC, along with all our industrial partners, major players to the small-scale industries who supply us with all the deliverables in time, quality products, the suppliers of chemicals, propellant ingredients, suppliers of avionics systems, and our own GOCO facility operators. Actually, the industrial manpower is really our ISRO's virtual manpower. Everybody's efforts went into this, and also the prayers and best wishes of all our seniors, retired executives, everyone's prayers and our own family members. I take this opportunity to pray God Almighty for all the blessings in the form of this success, which was the penance by the ISRO family for last 73 days. And my prayerful pranams for the successful continuous operations of the Chandrayaan spacecraft, for its safe and soft landing on lunar surface and further experiments. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Respected Chairman ISRO, Center Directors, dignitaries and my team Chandrayaan-3, very happy to note that our Chandrayaan-3 has been injected into an intended orbit with very close orbital parameters. Congratulations and thanks to LVM-3 team. And all our spacecraft health parameters are normal, including the power generations in both propulsion module and lander module. Our journey to moon has begun now for the most awaited soft landing. We'll be closely monitoring and controlling the spacecraft from ISRAC Bangalore. Many critical events are lined up, starting from earthbound maneuvers, insertion into the lunar orbit, and separation of lander, and set of deboost maneuvers, and finally the power descent phase for a soft landing. I take this opportunity to thank Chairman ISRO, Director URSC, and all the center directors for entrusting me this opportunity, who have been the motivational and guidance force behind this mission. My special thanks to Chandrayaan-3 project executives, Associate Project Director Kalpana, Deputy Project Directors, Project Managers across the ISRO centers, who have provided an excellent support in building the spacecraft. My special thanks to the expert committees for their constant guidance throughout the various stages of the project. I also thank the various work centers and industries who have contributed directly and indirectly to this mission. My special thanks to URSC council members, group directors, deputy directors across the ISRO centers, and looking forward for the soft landing with all your wishes and blessings from the God. Thank you.
We have our Honorable Minister for Space, Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, amongst us during this historic occasion of success of launching of LVM-3. So we would like to hear a few words from him. Over to you, sir.
It is indeed a moment of glory for India and a moment of destiny for all of us over here at Sriharikota who are a part of the history in making. Thank you, Team ISRO, for making India proud. And thank you, Honorable PM Narendra Modi ji, for having made this possible by unlocking the gates of Sriharikota and enabling the India's space sector. You would recall, Honorable Prime Minister had very recently said, sky is not the limit. And living by his words, I think the Chandrayaan today has gone beyond the limits of sky to discover the unexplored horizons of the universe beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, this day today, the 14th of July 2023, is also a day of vindication. Vindication of the dream that Vikram Sarabhai saw 6 decades ago. He might have been short of resources, but never short of confidence. And when we see those pictures of a launcher vehicle being carried on the carriage of a bicycle, without any remorse, without any slightest embarrassment, that is because Vikram and his team had faith in themselves, faith in India's potential, faith in India's acumen. And today, here, we are vindicating and we are reiterating India's indigenous capabilities, living up to the ideal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And before I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, as Mother India enters into the next 25 years of this Amrit Kal, she pledges to play a leading global role in the emerging world scenario of 21st century. Thank you and congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir. We will also introduce the directors of the centers who have done all those great work of building the rocket, building the scientific instruments for Chandrayaan-3, the Chandrayaan spacecraft itself, and made all those critical systems, and also the agencies who are going to handle the rest of the mission part, the tracking and the ground stations, and all those teams are here. So I request the directors of those centers to join. First, Director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center.
Good afternoon, India. In last 1 year, this is the 10th mission, including the precise landing of the reusable launch vehicle. So with this mission, this is the 7th mission of LVM-3, the successful mission. With this, the success rate of LVM-3 is 100%. And this is the ideal vehicle for Gaganyaan. Some of the changes that we are incorporating in Gaganyaan, we have implemented here. And the Mark III has crossed the reliability of 0.9 and inching forward. So I take this opportunity to salute the entire ISRO community, especially the VSC community and all launch vehicle centers, industry partners for making the stages, making the sub-assemblies and testing. In fact, this is the third launch of LVM3 in 1 year. You know, the realizing the stages, assembling, testing, and then launching 3 LVM3s in 1 year is a Herculean task. I salute the industry as well as all the ISRO centers for this. And I wish all the very best. We know that when the beginning is good, the ending has to be good. I wish all the very best to the Chandrayaan for its solitary journey through the vastness of space and for making a feather-like soft landing in the 4th week of August. Good luck. Thank you.
Dr. Narayanan, Director LPSC.
Good afternoon to all of you. It is a historical event for Indian space program and a proud moment for all the Indians across the globe on this momentous occasion of the successful launch of the Chandrayaan-3. 3-in-1 spacecraft in the required orbit with the highest level of precision by our heaviest launch vehicle, LVM-3. After the 2 launches of LVM-3 vehicle this year, this vehicle is realized in the record shortest time. Today, once again, all the vehicle systems have performed, demonstrated the 7th successful launch. As you all know, the entire spacecraft community has put wholehearted effort during last 4 years, and we have realized a marvelous, great scientific satellite. For this mission, the entire vehicle performance is as expected, as predicted. In fact, the precision in which the satellite is launched shows the reliability of this vehicle. And we too have 4 liquid propulsion modules, 2 in the launch vehicle. The L110 stage, C25 stage, it has performed extremely well along with all other vehicle systems. We too have 2 more propulsion modules, one for taking the spacecraft to the moon, another one for soft landing. I think it is already well integrated, the system health is very good. Today's success is the culmination of the dedicated, smart and hard work of all the ISRO team members and the work culture of ISRO and the review process what we follow. I am sure all further mission operations will be a grand success and we'll have the successful soft landing. On this occasion, let me congratulate and compliment the members of ISRO team, our family members who have really sacrificed, the partners from industry and academia, and the various review fora. Thank you. Jai Hind.
The Chandrayaan craft was built at the UR Rao Satellite Center, so I request the Director of URSC to speak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to first thank my colleagues from the Launch Vehicle Center for providing a textbook-like launch for Chandrayaan-3 on its journey towards moon. Thank you very much. And as Director LPSC and Director VSSC mentioned, realizing this kind of launch vehicle, third launch vehicle within a year's time is indeed a Herculean task. And thank you very much for the effort that has been put by all the members of the launch vehicle community and the industry supporting them. Coming to Chandrayaan-3, Mohan was telling that it is a penance. In fact, it is a penance of the Chandrayaan-3 team for the last 4 years, which has come today as an outcome. It is sitting like a brain sitting inside the head of a human being on that mighty vehicle. On top of that, satellite was sitting, and it was such a happy moment to see that satellite getting separated. And our work continues from now for the next 42 days till we reach the lunar orbit and touch down softly on moon. So we'll speak the rest of the things after the soft landing on top of moon. Till then, thank you very much for all the members of the satellite community and the industry for your support, which has been continuing over several years, and I'm sure will continue in future also. Thank you very much.
Space Applications Center Ahmedabad plays very important role in our scientific instruments and building of the satellites. Over to Director SAC, Nilesh Desai.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, let me compliment Team ISRO for this excellent work, and especially vehicle team as well as the project team. And as we begin this historic journey towards moon, well begun is half done, as it is said. So I'm sure that we'll succeed in our effort and endeavor to land on moon safe and in secured manner with a soft landing after 45 days. So I wish all the best to all the people who have contributed directly or indirectly, and especially to the project team, spacecraft team, as well as my team at Space Applications Center, who has developed sensors and other hazard detection and avoidance system which will help for a secured and safe landing on moon. So once again, I thank all who have contributed in this mission. Thank you.
Director of this center, Satish Dhawan Space Center, is the chairman of the Launch Authorization Board and also realizing the solid motors of this rocket. So over to Director SDSC Shah Rajarajan.
Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, respected Chairman, our mentors and the dignitaries present here, and the entire ISRO family, a very successful launch and hearty congratulations to all the LVM-3, M4 and Chandrayaan-3 mission. So, once again, the Fat Boy has done its job and put a very precisely our prestigious lunar mission Chandrayaan-3 in the transfer orbit. And I congratulate the SDC SHAR team, because throughout this launch, we had many launch campaigns of C-55 and 56. Along with that, we are proud to have this. In spite of the weather conditions here, we have successfully launched LVM-3 in the prescribed launch window time between July 12th and 19th. And we had a very good, smooth campaign here, and all the hearty congratulations to the entire launch vehicle team, as well as for the last 2 months for hosting the Chandrayaan-3 team here and carrying out all the tests to make sure that Chandrayaan-3 is also ready for the mission. And I also thank our entire logistics team who handled this huge crowd throughout this campaign period, in particular last 2-3 days. And my sincere thanks to the various Indian industries who are now participating in various aspects of solid motor processing as well as the assembly activities of our launch vehicle to make it successful. And I wish a glorious success in the future to come. And I wish, as mentioned in the last week of August, to have a successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3 lander on the moon surface and to make history. Once again, thank you. Jai Hind.
I request all center directors to join on the podium. Please come, all of you. Can you lower this? Please come. Please come here. Come. Please come.
This is the 7th mission of
As we
LVM-3,
await the launch,
the
let me tell the
successful
viewers
mission.
about
With
the
this,
flight
the success
events
rate of
for
LVM-3 is
LVM-3
100%.
M4
And
Chandrayaan
this
3
is the
mission.
ideal vehicle for
At
Gaganyaan.
T0, the twin
Some of the
S200
changes
will be
that we
ignited
are
and the
incorporating in
mighty
Gaganyaan we
LVM-3
have
rocket lifts
implemented
off.
here.
The core
And
L110
the
stage is
Mark III
airlit
has crossed the
108
reliability of
seconds into the
0.9
flight,
and inching
while the
forward.
rocket is at an altitude
So I
of 45
take this
kilometers.
opportunity to
The
salute the
S200
entire
strap-ons
ISRO
and
community, especially the
L110
VSC
will
community
thrust
and all
together
launch
for the
vehicle
next
centers,
20 seconds.
industry partners
Thereafter, the
for
strap-ons
making
will separate
the
at
stages, making the
127 seconds past
sub-assemblies
launch
and
time,
testing. In
while the
fact, this
rocket
is the
is at
third launch
62
of
kilometers
LVM-3 in
altitude.
1 year.
The
You
relative
know that
velocity gained by the rocket
realizing the
in the
stages,
meantime
assembling,
is
testing, and
1.59
then launching
kilometers per
3
second.
LVM-3s in 1
At an
year is a
altitude of
Herculean
71
task. I
kilometers,
salute the industry
closed
as
loop
well as all
guidance
the
is
ISRO centers for
initiated
this.
for
And
LVM-3. Separation of payload fairing takes
And
place
I
at
wish
195 seconds
all the very
past
best.
the
You know
launch
that when
at
the
an
beginning
altitude
is
of
good,
115
the ending
kilometers.
has to be good. I
The
wish
core
all the very best to the
110
Chandrayaan
stage,
for its solitary
having
journey through
completed
the
its burn
vastness
time
of
of
space
about
and
200
for
seconds,
making a
is
feather-like
separated
soft
from the
landing
ongoing
in
rocket.
the 4th week of
This
August.
event takes
Good
place
luck.
at 306
Thank you.
seconds into the flight. At this
Dr.
point of
Narayanan,
time, the
Director, LPSC.
altitude will be 175 kilometers and the rocket would have acquired 4.2 kilometers per second relative velocity.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Then the upper
It is a
cryogenic
historical
stage
event
C25
for Indian
ignites
space
2 seconds
program
later and continues to burn for
and
close to
a proud moment for all the
650
Indians
seconds.
across the globe on this
During the
momentous
operational
occasion of
regime
the
of
successful launch of the
C25, the
Chandrayaan
largest
3.
relative velocity addition takes
3 in
place.
one
It increases
spacecraft in the
from
required orbit with the highest level of
4.178
precision
kilometers
by
per
our
second
heaviest
to
launch vehicle, LVM-3.
9.804 kilometers per
After the
second.
two launches of
And the
LVM-3
most awaited
vehicle
moment of
this year,
the Chandrayaan
this
3
vehicle is
separation is
realizing the
scheduled to
record
take place at
shortest time. Today,
969.7
once again,
seconds into the
all
flight.
the vehicle systems
The
have
altitude will
performed,
be
demonstrated the
179.3
seven
kilometers, which is a part
successful
of
launch.
elliptical transfer orbit
As you
of
all know,
170 by
the entire spacecraft
36,500
community has put
kilometers.
wholehearted
From then
effort
on, the
during last
mooncraft
4 years,
Chandrayaan 3 will
and we have
commence its
realized
journey to the
a
moon.
marvelous, great scientific satellite.
इस मिशन का
For
काउंटडाउन
this
साढ़े
mission,
25
the
घंटे
entire
पूर्व शुरू हो
vehicle
चुका है
performance is
और इस
as
दौरान
expected,
रॉकेट तथा
as
अंतरिक्षयान
predicted.
को
In
पावर
fact,
ऑन कर सभी
the
तंत्रों की स्वास्थ्य जांच
precision
की
in
जा
which
रही
the
है
satellite is launched shows the reliability
इस
of this
दौरान
vehicle.
L110
And
चरण
we too have
तथा
4 liquid propulsion
क्रायोजेनिक
modules,
चरण पर
2 in the
ईंधन का
launch
भराव
vehicle,
सुनिश्चित किया जा चुका
L110
है
stage, C25 stage, it has performed extremely well along with all
यह
other
काम
vehicle
प्रमोचन
systems.
मंच से
We
सुदूर
too have
स्थल पर
2 more
पूर्ण स्वचालित
propulsion
तकनीक से
modules,
पूर्ण
one for
सुरक्षा के
taking the
साथ संपूर्ण
spacecraft
किया
to the
जाता
moon,
है
another one for soft landing. I think
आप
it is
अभी अपनी
already
स्क्रीन
well
पर यहाँ
integrated. The system
यूएस
health
गैलरी
is
का
very good.
दृश्य
Today's
देख रहे
success is the
हैं
culmination of
बहुत
the
भारी
dedicated,
संख्या में यहाँ लोग
smart
उपस्थित हुए हैं
and hard work of
इस
all the
रोमांचक
ISRO
दृश्य
team
को देखने
members
के लिए
and the work culture of ISRO and the
मौसम
review
विभाग
process
के
what we follow.
अनुसार
I am sure
मौसम पूरी तरह
all
सामान्य
further mission operations
अनुकूल
will
है
be
इस प्रमोचन
a
के लिए
grand success and we'll have the successful soft landing. On this occasion, let me congratulate and compliment the members of ISRO team, our
आपके
family
सामने
members
उपस्थित है
who have really sacrificed,
LVM-3 का
the partners
इंटीग्रेशन
from
वीडियो
industry and academia and the various review fora. Thank you. Jai Hind.
We bring to you a small clipping of the
Chandrayaan
integration
craft was
video
built at
for the
URO Satellite
LVM-3
Center, so I
rocket.
request Director of URC to speak.
Minus 25 minutes.
Let me congratulate and compliment.
On your TV screens, you are watching the visuals from second vehicle assembly building,
Good afternoon,
where the
ladies and
full
gentlemen. I take this
LVM-3
opportunity to
M4
first
rocket
thank
has been
my
assembled.
colleagues,
These
from,
are the
Launch
strap-on
Vehicle Center for providing
boosters
a
getting
textbook-like
assembled
launch
segment by
for,
segment.
Chandrayaan 3 on its journey towards moon. Thank you very
Each
much.
S200
And,
has got 3 segments
as
called
Director LPSC
nozzle end
and
segment,
Director VSSC
middle segment
mentioned,
and head end
realizing
segment,
this kind of
to which the
launch
nozzle
vehicle,
is assembled,
third launch vehicle within a year's time is indeed
and
a
one
Herculean
after the
task.
other, the segments
And thank you very
are
much
joined
for
together.
the effort that has been put by
When the
all the
fully
members of
assembled
the
solid
launch vehicle
rocket
community
booster
and
is
the
handled
industry
carefully with
supporting
a
them.
crane and being
Coming
lowered
to
on
Chandrayaan
to
3,
the mobile launch pedestal as an
Mohan
integrated
was telling that
rocket.
it is a penance. In
The
fact, it is
ignited
a
assembly
penance
then
of
takes place,
the Chandrayaan 3
and
team
this is
for the last 4 years,
the strap-on nose
which
cones.
has come
One after the other.
today as an outcome, it is
On
sitting
your
like
TV
a
screens,
brain sitting
it is
inside the head
the
of
core
a human being
L110
on that mighty
stage
vehicle. On top of that, that
being brought
satellite
to the
is,
second vehicle
was
assembly
sitting,
building
and it was
for
such
tilting
a happy moment to see that
and
satellite
assembly
getting
between the
separated.
S200
And our work continues from now for the next 42 days till
जी
the
हाँ,
we
अभी
reach
आपने देखा
the
दोनों
lunar orbit
S200 स्टॉन
and
बूस्टर्स के साथ
touchdown
L110 को
softly
भी
on
संलग्न कर दिया
moon.
गया है
So
और
we'll
यह है
speak the rest of the
क्रायोजेनिक
things
अपर
after
स्टेज
the soft landing on top of
CS-25
moon.
कहा जाता है इसे
Till then, thank you very
बहुत
much
ही
for
जटिल
all
इंजन है
the
ये
members of
C-20
the satellite
इंजन
community and the
बहुत ही
industry
सावधानी
for your
पूर्वक
support, which has been continuing over several
पूरी
years,
दक्षता के
and
साथ
I'm
यह
sure
कार्य
will
संपन्न
continue in
किया
future
जाता है
also.
यह
Thank
है
you very much.
इक्विपमेंट बे जो कि दिमाग है इस रॉकेट का
Space Application Center Ahmedabad plays very important
और
role
यह
in our
है
scientific
हमारा
instruments and building of the satellites.
propulsion module
Over to Director SAC.
चंद्रयान 3 का propulsion module है ये
Thank you very much for all the members
Good
of
afternoon, everybody.
the satellite community.
At the outset, let me compliment Team ISRO for this excellent
चंद्रयान
work,
2 के
and
पश्चात
especially
इसमें
vehicle
काफी
team as
सुधार
well as the
किए गए हैं
project team.
TCTC,
And as we
Shah
begin
need
this
to confirm
historic
normal
journey
750
towards moon,
वॉट के सोलर पैनल्स लगे हुए हैं
well begun is half done, as it is said.
440
So I'm
न्यूटन
sure
के
that
थ्रस्टर्स हैं
we'll succeed in our effort and endeavor to land on moon safe and in secured manner with a soft landing after
यहाँ आप
45
देख रहे
days.
हैं
So I wish all the best to
लैंडर
all
और
the people
रोवर
who have
को ये रोवर
contributed
है जो
directly or
चंद्रमा में
indirectly,
विचरण करेगा
and especially to the project team, spacecraft team, as well as my team at Space Application
पूरी
Center,
सावधानी के
who has
साथ
developed
इसे
sensors and
संयोजित
other
कर दिया जाता है
hazard detection and avoidance system, which will help for a
और यह
secured and
लैंडर
safe
मॉड्यूल
landing on
रोवर
Earth.
के
So
साथ
once again, I thank all who have contributed in this mission. Thank you.
अब इस लैंडर मॉड्यूल
Director
को
of this center,
propulsion
Satish
मॉड्यूल
Dhawan
के
Space
साथ
Center, is the
संयोजित कर
chairman of
दिया
the
जा
Launch
रहा है
Authorization Board and also realizing the solid motors of this rocket. So over to Director SDSC Shah Rajarajan.
Change over to channel 2 at T minus 21 minutes. No confirmation
सभी
is
परीक्षण
needed to controls.
पूर्ण होने के पश्चात
Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh,
इस समुच्चय को
Chairman, our mentors and the dignitaries present here,
पेलोड फेयरिंग के
and the
अंदर
entire ISRO family,
सुरक्षित कर दिया जा रहा है
a very successful launch and hearty congratulations
पेलोड एडेप्टर
to all the
अंतरिक्षयान
LM-3, M4
और
and
पेलोड
Chandrayaan 3
फेयरिंग
So,
इन सभी के
once
समुच्चय को
again, the Fat
एनकैप्सुलेटेड
Boy
असेंबली कहते
has
हैं
done its job
अब इसे
and
व्हीकल
put a
असेंबली बिल्डिंग लाया
very
जा रहा है
precisely is our
और क्रेन की
prestigious
मदद से इसे
lunar mission Chandrayaan
क्रायो
3
स्टेज के
in the
ऊपर
transfer
संयोजित
orbit.
किया जा रहा है
And I congratulate the SDC SHAR team. Yes, throughout this launch,
पूर्णतः
we had
तैयार
many launch campaigns of
LVM-3
355 and
M4 रॉकेट
56. Along with that,
व्हीकल
we
असेंबली
are
बिल्डिंग
proud
से
to have
निकलकर
this. In spite of the weather
लॉन्च पैड की ओर
conditions
जा रहा है
here, we have successfully launched LVM-3
इसे मोबाइल
in the
लॉन्च
prescribed
पेडेस्ट्रियल पर
launch window
रखकर
time between
करीब
July 12th and 19th.
1 किलोमीटर की दूरी तय की जाती है
And we had a very good, smooth campaign here. And all the hearty congratulations to the entire launch vehicle team, as well as for the last 2 months for hosting the Chandrayaan 3 team here and carrying out all the tests to
और
make sure that
बाकी
Chandrayaan
की
3 is also ready
स्वास्थ्य
for
जांच
the
यहाँ से
mission.
पूरी की जाएंगी
And I also thank our entire logistics team who handled this
पूर्ण
huge crowd
संयोजित
throughout this
और
campaign
तैयार
period. In
LVM-3
particular,
M4 रॉकेट
lasted 2-3 days.
आगे की
And
जांच तथा
my sincere thanks
तरनोदक
to
का
the
भराव
various
यहाँ
Indian
संपन्न किया
industries
जाता है
who are now participating in various aspects of solid motor processing as well as the
LVM-3
assembly activities
M4
of our
rocket
launch
standing
vehicle
majestically
to make it
against a
successful.
picturesque background
And I wish
in the second
a
launch
glorious
pad.
success in the future to come. And I wish, as
LVM-3
mentioned
rocket will
in the
fly
last week
for
of
the
August,
7th
to
launch
have a
today.
successful soft landing of
43.5
Chandrayaan 3
meters tall
lander
and
on the moon surface and to
642
make
tons
history.
heavy
Once
launch
again,
vehicle has been
thank you.
operationalized
Jai Hind.
after an experimental and 2 developmental missions.
I request all center directors to join on the podium.
Mission
Please
executives
come,
on
all
your
of you.
screen. That's the spacecraft director
Control to note event number 4.
and associate spacecraft director. Will fly for the 7th launch today. 43.5 meters tall and 642 tons heavy launch vehicle has been operationalized after an experiment. LVM-3 is India's largest and heaviest launch vehicle ferrying Indian and international customer satellites. That's the spacecraft director
Vehicle director to
and
mission
associate
director.
spacecraft director.
LVM-3 M4 launch vehicle is ready for the Chandrayaan 3 mission.
अब हम उड़ान से 19 मिनट 12 सेकंड की दूरी पर
LVM-3 is India's largest and heaviest launch vehicle ferrying Indian and international customer
Forwarded to
satellites.
mission director. Range is ready for LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan 3 launch.
Minus 19 minutes.
Mission director Roger.
रेंज ऑपरेशन डायरेक्टर, टेलीमेट्री ट्रैकिंग एंड कमांड डायरेक्टर, सैटेलाइट डायरेक्टर और व्हीकल डायरेक्टर अपने तंत्रों की जानकारी मिशन डायरेक्टर को देते हैं।
All necessary clearances are obtained for the launch of LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan-3 mission. Mission Readiness Review Committee and Launch Authorization Board have already given authorization for the launch of LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan-3 mission. Based on the readiness of vehicle systems, range, spacecraft, and TTC confirmed by respective mission executives and the prevailing favorable weather conditions, Mission Director hereby authorizes for the launch operation sequence of launch of LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan-3 mission at 14 hours 35 minutes 17 seconds Indian Standard Time today, the 14th July 2023, from second launch pad of SDSC Sharp.
Control Roger. All stations to know, Mission Director has given authorization for launch.
जी हाँ, अभी आपने घोषणा सुनी। मिशन डायरेक्टर ने इस लॉन्च के लिए ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू करने का अनुमोदन दे दिया है। इसके पश्चात व्हीकल डायरेक्टर एएलएस ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू करेंगे। नमस्कार, सुप्रभात।
On your screens, you have just watched Mission Director Shri Mohan Kumar giving clearance for the initiation of automatic launch sequence. This is based on the confirmation of readiness of all participating teams for range, launch vehicles, spacecraft, and tracking. The automatic launch sequence is scheduled to begin at T-14 minutes 30 seconds, as a part of which the most critical control system elements are checked for the launch vehicle. Very close to the launch time, control will be passed on to the onboard computer.
व्यूअर्स गैलरी दर्शकों से खचाखच भरी हुई।
VLCC Roger.
2022 को बहुत भारी संख्या में यहाँ लोग उपस्थित हुए हैं। आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत है सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र में। भारतीय मानक समय के अनुसार 9:18 पर किया जाएगा।
Enthusiastic viewers from all across the country gathering at Satish Dhawan Space Center Launch View Gallery for witnessing this historic moment of Chandrayaan 3 launch.
अंतरिक्षण उपग्रह है तथा आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव को दर्शाता आजादी सेट भी सहयात्री उपग्रह के रूप में
The countdown for LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan 3 mission has lasted for 25.5 hours. It was commenced on 1:30 p.m. yesterday.
Small satellite launch vehicle.
During countdown, the launch vehicle stages are serviced with propellants. Gas bottles meant for stage operations are charged, while the Earth-storable propellant filling was concluded more than 16 hours ago. Apart from the cryogenic propellants,
The live telecast is also available on ISRO website, Facebook, Twitter,
कंफर्म
and
किया गया
YouTube.
है। व्हीकल डायरेक्टर श्री बीजूसी
The
थॉमस
launch is
ने
scheduled to take
ऑटोमेटिक
place
लॉन्च
today,
सीक्वेंस शुरू कर
the
दिया है।
7th of August,
अब
2022
यह लॉन्च व्हीकल
at
LVM-3
9:18 hours
M4
Indian
रॉकेट
Standard Time
ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च
from
सीक्वेंस
the
के
first
अंतर्गत है।
Automatic launch
इसका
sequence
मतलब
initiated
ऑनबोर्ड
for
कंप्यूटर
SSLV
पूरी तरह
rocket
स्वचालित हो
mission
चुका है।
intends to put the prime satellite EOS-02 weighing 135 kgs in 356.2 kilometers.
We are very
circular
close to
orbit
the launch,
with an inclination
and the day of launch wind biasing data is fed during the countdown to the onboard computers to enable most suitable steering of the launch vehicle through atmosphere.
Stand before
Up
the
next, we
timer.
will watch a curtain raiser
Mark
video
minus 30
on
minutes
this
and
mission.
counting.
465 request CGSS to confirm supply of GN2 to Cryon.
विमान से जुड़े सारे परीक्षण पूरे किए जा चुके हैं।
Med 2 ROD Mission Director, weather conditions are benign for SS-71 launch mission.
परिश्रम का क्या परिणाम होगा?
Moon, this familiar object in the night sky, has inspired the imagination of astronomers and ordinary people alike. From time immemorial, humans have marveled at the beauty of the moon, used it to count time and navigate the high seas. In modern times, Moon, the only natural satellite of the Earth, has acquired added importance due to the belief that Moon is the key to our understanding of the evolution of the solar system in general and Earth in particular. Besides, Moon's precious resources and low gravity have further endeared it to humans.
28 मिनट 54 सेकंड की दूरी पर।
India, a major spacefaring nation, has conducted a detailed exploration of the moon through its Chandrayaan program. The country has sent 2 robotic spacecraft to orbit the moon and to take a repeated look at its surface. Chandrayaan-1 demonstrated India's ability to reach the surface of the moon at a place and time of its choice. And with it, India became the 4th country to reach the surface of the moon in November 2008. Besides, Chandrayaan-1's conclusive discovery of water on the moon in 2009 was praised as a path-breaking discovery. The follow-on mission, Chandrayaan-2, had an orbiter, a lander called Vikram, and a rover named Pragyan. In the past 4 years, the orbiter has repeatedly observed the lunar surface and even today is working satisfactorily. Now, 3,900 kilograms, Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft is being sent to the moon in the south polar region of the moon. This region is of intense interest as it has many permanently shadowed craters which could contain water ice and precious minerals. Chandrayaan-3 lander has 4 scientific instruments or payloads, of which one will study the moonquakes,
Let's take a look
while the
at the
other
SSLV
one studies
integration
as to
activities
how
at
the surface of the
SDSC
moon
Shah.
allows
The launch
heat to
campaign
flow
began
through it.
with the flag off of the nozzle end
The
segment
third one
of the
will
first
study the
stage
plasma
from
environment
second vehicle
near the
assembly
moon's
building
surface.
to the mobile service tower.
And the fourth instrument will enable scientists to measure the distance between the Earth and Moon very
The
accurately.
joints being open type or dry
The
type.
2 instruments on the
minimum time is
rover
taken in the
help us
assembly
study the composition of the
of all
moon's
the
surface
segments on
using
single
X-rays and laser respectively. While the lander and rover will be in direct contact with each other. The propulsion module circling the moon will observe the light coming from Earth, the only planet which we know which is definitely teeming with life. This observation will help in understanding the nature of distant planets circling stars other than the Sun. As Chandrayaan-3 undergoes important tests and gears up for launch, thousands of ISRO scientists, including those who will launch it, control it, and receive the precious scientific information from it using giant dish antennas, are readying themselves for the challenging tasks ahead.
Will be moved to the launch
In the
pad.
past, their dedication and skill have enabled India to earn praise from across the world and made it proud. Let us wish them well in this great endeavor called Chandrayaan-3.
minus 25 minutes.
अब द्वितीय चरण को एकीकृत आपके सामने हैं लॉन्च पैड लाया गया है इसरो के अध्यक्ष मोबाइल सर्विस टावर में क्रेन की मदद से
control even number 120 and 120
प्रथम चरण के आपने देखा कर दिया जाएगा वीडियो जिसमें एनिमेशन की मदद से इस पूरे मिशन की यात्रा को बताया गया है इन सभी गतिविधियों के दौरान ऑब्जेक्टिव को समझाया गया ध्यान रखा जाता है आपने देखा कर दिया जाएगा वीडियो और अब आप देख पा रहे हैं तृतीय चरण
Chandrayaan-3 has 2 predecessors with destination moon as their mission objective.
That's the third stage. After the third
Chandrayaan-1
stage, now
launched
you are
by
able to watch
PSLV
the satellites
C11 in
being
October
prepared.
2008 included lunar
That is
orbiter
the
and
US-02
impactor.
satellite
During
and
the
the
mission
Azadi
life
sat.
of around 10 months, Chandrayaan-1 had mapped
जी
the
हाँ, अभी
minerals
आप देख
on
पा
lunar
रहे हैं
surface, acquired
US
70,000
02
images to
उपग्रह
help
तथा
create 3D
आजादी
atlas
साइट को
of
एकीकृत
moon,
कर
and what's more,
ऊष्मा कवच के अंदर
found
सुरक्षित
water
कर
on
दिया गया
moon's
है
polar regions. Chandrayaan-1 had mapped
That's the
Chandrayaan-2
encapsulated
launched by
assembly, including the
LVM-3
velocity
M1
trimming
on
module
22nd of
and the
July
satellites being
2019
prepared.
consisted of
This will be
lunar
moved to the
orbiter,
launch pad and
lander
integrated
named
with
Vikram
the launch vehicle.
and rover named Pragyan. The orbiter is still providing insightful scientific information through its payloads like spectrometers, synthetic aperture radar and cameras.
अब संयुक्त उपग्रह तथा वीटीएम मॉड्यूल को लाकर एमएसटी में
चंद्रयान 3 की चंद्रमा की सतह में
SS3
उतरने के
चरण के
इस
ऊपर
मिशन को कुल 10 चरणों
समायोजित कर
में
दिया गया
पूरा किया जाएगा। संक्षेप में
और
यह
इसके
इस
साथ
प्रकार
ही
है।
SSLV
सर्वप्रथम
पूर्णतः
चंद्रयान
तैयार।
3 को LVM-3
अब
प्रमोचक रॉकेट द्वारा
MST
पृथ्वी
मोबाइल
की
सर्विस टावर को
एलिप्टिकल टारगेट ऑर्बिट
पीछे पार्किंग एरिया पर ले जाया जा रहा है।
36,500 किलोमीटर की
SSLV
ऑर्बिट है।
is fully ready
उसमें
for its
प्रमोचित किया
maiden
जाएगा।
mission.
वहां से चंद्रयान में मैन्यूवर कर पृथ्वी की गुरुत्वाकर्षण की
विहंगम
सहायता से
दृश्य
चंद्रयान की गति
श्रीहरिकोटा
को
का
वृद्धि की जाएगी। फिर
प्रथम
चंद्रयान
प्रमोचन
पृथ्वी की
मंच
कक्षा से निकलकर
Bird's eye view
चंद्रमा
of
की
the first
कक्षा में
launch
जाएगा।
pad.
चंद्रमा की
In
कक्षा में
times to
जाते
come,
ही
it will witness
उसमें फिर से
enhanced
मैन्यूवर
launch
कर
frequency due to the
चंद्रमा
added
की 100
infrastructure.
किलोमीटर की वृत्ताकार कक्षा में स्थापित किया जाएगा।
S200 prime chain actuation in progress.
फिर सही समय आने पर लैंडर मॉड्यूल को प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा। यह आप अपनी स्क्रीन पर देख पा रहे हैं। यह है प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल।
यहाँ शार में बाहरी दर्शकों के लिए
प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल का
एक
मुख्य उद्देश्य
विजिटर्स
है
गैलरी की
लैंडर तथा
व्यवस्था
रोवर
उपलब्ध
को
है।
पृथ्वी की
बहुत से
कक्षा
लोग यहाँ
से
आकर रॉकेट
चंद्रमा की
लॉन्च का
कक्षा
आंखों
में
देखा अनुभव
जो कि
लेते
100
हैं।
किलोमीटर की वृत्ताकार
आज
कक्षा होगी।
यहाँ
उसमें उचित
8,600 से
अभिव्यक्ति में
ज्यादा
लैंडर
दर्शक
मॉड्यूल को अपने से पृथक
यहाँ
कर
मौजूद
चंद्रमा
हैं
की सतह पर
और
भेजना है।
आनंद ले रहे हैं।
ऐसा करने के लिए इसमें
आप सभी
MMH
दर्शकों का
और
यहाँ
मॉन का
फिर
प्रयोग
से
कर
स्वागत है।
440 न्यूटन के थ्रस्टर्स वाले इंजन्स लगे हुए हैं।
S200 prime chain actuation.
इसमें आवश्यक संचार सुविधाएं भी उपलब्ध हैं।
minus 22 minutes.
आप सभी दर्शकों का यहाँ फिर से स्वागत
Speaking
है।
about the major milestones in the journey of Chandrayaan 3 to the moon,
RSD confirms date
अब
of
हम
spacecraft
प्रमोचन से
consists
21
of
मिनट
propulsion
48
module,
सेकंड की दूरी
lander
पर
and rover. Lander is planned to touch down at south pole of moon. The major 10 phases of the mission are: the first phase, called the Earth-centric phase, comprises of pre-launch, launch, ascent and earthbound maneuver. While the second phase is the lunar
इस
transfer
दौरान
phase, as the
आपको
name
प्रमोचक
suggests,
रॉकेट
the
SSLV
Chandrayaan
के बारे में
spacecraft
कुछ जानकारियां दे
moves
दें।
closer to the moon. Next, 8 phases
Star
are
1 and 2
moonwalk.
confirm.
यह प्रक्षेपण
Third
यान
being the lunar
SSLV
orbit insertion,
3 चरणीय यान है
followed by the
और इसमें
moonbound
तीनों चरण
maneuvers
ठोस नोदक पर आधारित
phase,
हैं।
which mark the fourth phase.
प्रथम चरण को SS1 कहते
And
हैं।
next is it is now that the
SS1
propulsion module separates
का
from the
कुल
lunar module
भार 87 टन
when
के
100 by
ठोस
100
प्रणोद वाला है।
circular orbit of the moon is
इसका व्यास
achieved.
2 मीटर तथा
The
लंबाई
Chandrayaan
21 मीटर
3 in
की है।
its sixth phase carries out
यह
deep
चरण
boost
From
3 खंडों से बना हुआ है।
kilometers to 100 by 30
Request
kilometers
all-
per
में कुल निर्वात प्रणोद
followed by the
2600
pre-landing
किलोमीटर
phase as
उत्पन्न
7
होता है।
minus 20 minutes.
and then the most
No
awaited
confirmation
landing
is needed
phase
to control.
takes place.
CY to onboarding. All range instrumentation systems are ready for SSLV D1 UH02 launch.
ROD Roger.
आपके सामने है मिशन
real-time
नियंत्रण
network are
कक्ष
ready
का
for the
दृश्य।
launch of SSLV D1
सभी सेंटर
UAS02
डायरेक्टर्स
mission.
अपने
ROD Roger.
स्क्रीन पर
RSO
देख
to
रहे
ROD,
हैं
range
कि
safety systems are
ऑटोमेटिक
ready
लॉन्च
for the
सीक्वेंस
launch
किस
of
तरह पूरा हो रहा है।
SSLV D1 UAS02
मार्च 2022 को SS1
दर्शक
का
ROD
परीक्षण
Roger
कर
इंतजार
सतीश
पे
धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र में
प्रमोचन से हम
This is
5
vehicle
परीक्षण को
director,
की दूरी पर हैं।
पूर्णतः सफल किया गया था
SSLV D1 launch vehicle are normal.
और इसके बाद
Minus
SSLV
2.8
यान को
minutes.
हरी झंडी दिखा दी
All
गई थी।
stations change over to channel 2.
And the
Mission
intense
Director Roger.
moments when
Launch vehicle is ready for
all the
SSLV D1
enthusiastic
UAS02
Indians were
mission.
waiting for the touchdown of the lander on the surface of moon.
और इसके बाद SSLV यान को
All stations to note event number 130.
You are able to watch on your TV screens the internal views of the launch control center, overwhelming crowd and the mission control center on the surface of moon.
अभी अभी आपने सुना यान निदेशक, स्पेसक्राफ्ट निदेशक, रेंज ऑपरेशन निदेशक ने अपने अपने
पूरे
तंत्रों
दर्शक
की
दीर्घा
सूचना
यहाँ बहुत
मिशन निदेशक को
उत्साहित।
दे दी है।
मौसम में थोड़ी परेशानी हो सकती है लेकिन सब अपनी सुविधाओं के साथ में यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं।
स्पेसक्राफ्ट निदेशक, मिशन निदेशक इन सभी तैयारियों से संतुष्ट होने
We are
पर
close to 4
यान
minutes
के
from the
प्रमोशन
scheduled
के लिए
launch
अनुमोदन
time.
प्रदान करेंगे।
मौसम में थोड़ी परेशानी हो सकती है लेकिन सब अपनी सुविधाओं के साथ में यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं।
Minus 19 minutes.
Timing to control, timing confirms external hold mode.
Noted. LCC1, please note timing confirmed external hold mode.
LCC noted. This is spacecraft director, US2 spacecraft is ready for launch.
Gaining from the heritage of Chandrayaan 2, the Chandrayaan 3 is upgraded in several aspects for the enhanced robustness through extensive ground tests and the design drivers of SSLV are low cost, low turnaround time.
SSLV
D1 US-02 launch.
ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस जारी है। इस दौरान सभी संचार तंत्रों की स्वास्थ्य जांच, बैटरी आवेशन पूर्ण किया जा चुका है। कुछ अंतिम गतिविधियां जैसे ऑनबोर्ड कंप्यूटर पर रियल टाइम प्रोग्राम लोड करना, पायरो लाइन को आर्म मोड में लाना, गैस टैंक्स का अंतिम आवेशन, और यह सभी घटनाएं संतोषजनक तरीके से पूर्ण की जा रही हैं।
Director Roger.
अंतिम गतिविधियां जैसे ऑनबोर्ड कंप्यूटर पर रियल टाइम प्रोग्राम लोड करना,
Minus
अब हम
18
उड़ान
minutes.
से 3 मिनट की दूरी पर हैं।
This is Mission Director. Mission Readiness Review and Launch Authorization Board have already given clearance for proceeding with the countdown and launch of SSLV D1 EOS-02 mission. All operation in the countdown sequence till automatic launch sequence have been completed satisfactorily.
प्रमोशन तथा
Based on the clearance
इस
obtained from
प्रमोशन
launch
की
vehicle,
घटनाक्रम को
spacecraft,
पहले ही
range
बताया
and
जा चुका है।
extract network
सर्वप्रथम
station,
दोनों
prevailing
S200
favorable weather
स्ट्रैप-ऑन
conditions,
बूस्टर प्रज्वलित किए
Mission
जाएंगे
Director
T0
hereby
पर।
authorized to initiate the launch operation sequence of the launch of SSLV D1 EOS-02 mission at 9:18 hours IST today, that is 7th August 2022.
All stations to note, Mission Director has given authorization for launch.
You have just watched the Mission
S200
Director Sri S.S. Vinod,
प्रज्वलन के 108
Project Director
सेकंड के साथ
SSLV also,
L110 जो
who has
कि
authorized the launch and giving clearance for the
तरलों पर
initiation of
आधारित
automatic
चरण
launch
है, इसका
sequence.
प्रज्वलन शुरू कर
The
दिया
automatic
जाएगा।
launch sequence for the launch of SSLV D1 EOS-02 mission.
L110 के
We
प्रज्वलन
are
के
about
पश्चात
16 minutes
करीब
to the launch.
137
From about
सेकंड पर
14 minutes, all the
S200 बूस्टर्स को यांत्रिक
critical
कर दिया
systems of
जाएगा।
SSLV will be verified by the onboard computers.
मिशन निदेशक ने
We are close
यान
to
के
1.5
प्रमोशन को
minutes from
अनुमोदित
the
कर दिया
scheduled
है
launch time.
और इसके बाद
will be verified by
यान
the onboard
निदेशक
computers.
ALS ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस को जारी कर चुके हैं। सभी दर्शकों को ज्ञात है यह
इस
एक
दौरान
ऐतिहासिक
पूर्ण नियंत्रण
मिशन होने
ऑनबोर्ड
वाला है।
कंप्यूटर के पास चला गया है।
पूरे भारतवर्ष की आंखें इसमें हैं।
अब आंतरिक परीक्षण कर यान को
यादगार
प्रज्वलन
पल
का
के लिए
कमांड
यहाँ सब
देगा।
उपस्थित सभी दर्शकों को ज्ञात है यह इस दौरान ऐतिहासिक मिशन होने वाला है।
कंप्यूटर के पास चला गया है।
पूरे भारतवर्ष की आंखें इसमें हैं।
अब
Minus
आंतरिक
1
परीक्षण
minute.
कर यान को
Minus
अब
16
उड़ान से
minutes.
1 मिनट की दूरी पर
TCTC data loggers are on
The
at
design
Sharwad and
drivers of SSLV are low cost, low turnaround time, flexibility in accommodating multiple satellites, launch on demand flexibility, and minimal launch infrastructure requirement. In comparison to other launch vehicle development, a small but agile team of SSLV project has realized the project in minimal time. The SSLV design emphasized integration and test simplicity. In the trade of launch, bigger is not always better and heavier is not always more powerful. Following PSLV, GSLV and GSLV Mark III with higher payloads, the SSLV is an effective solution for those payloads that were hitherto launched as secondary payloads on medium launch vehicles. In recent times, there is a growing need among developing countries, private corporations, and universities for small satellites, which is stimulated by demand from the commercial Earth observation and communication constellations.
प्रज्वलन और
Small
सफलतापूर्ण
satellites either
उत्थापन
have to ride share with bigger
LVM-4
satellites
रॉकेट का
or wait for a large enough group of small satellites
का
going to a
रॉकेट
similar
आसमान
orbit.
को चीरते हुए अपनी
This
भयानक
results in
दहाड़ से
small
चारों ओर
satellites
कंपन
being
उत्पन्न कर
placed
रहा है।
in suboptimal
इसे हम यहाँ
orbits
महसूस कर
or
सकते
waiting
हैं
for launch
और
schedules
यही
to
दहाड़ है
align
जो
with larger
वैज्ञानिकों को
launches, resulting
रोमांचित करती
in
है।
long waiting times. Small satellites going to a similar orbit.
LVM-3 के उत्थापन के साथ ही हमारे अंतरिक्ष यान चंद्रयान 3 की चंद्रमा की यात्रा प्रारंभ हो चुकी है।
As the rocket is soaring through the clear skies, every second moving closer to the accomplishment
हम
of the
आपको
most
प्रथम चरण
important
के बारे में
milestone
पहले ही
in its
जानकारी दे
mission
चुके
to
हैं।
moon.
SSLV
Every
का
Indian
द्वितीय
witnessing
तथा
the
तृतीय
launch
चरण
live is
SS2
content with the feeling
तथा
of watching
SS3 कहलाता
history
है।
in the making.
यह भी ठोस नोदक वाला चरण है।
Minus 14 minutes.
यह PSLV के HPS3 चरण का व्युत्पन्न चरण है।
चंद्रमा की सतह पर अपना
SS2
छाप
तथा
छोड़ने के लिए
SS3
चंद्रयान
क्रमशः
3 अपने मिशन को पूरा
7.60
करने निकल चुका है।
तथा 4.5 टन के ठोस नोदक
वर्तमान
वाले
में
चरण
दोनों
हैं।
S200 स्टेप-ऑन बूस्टर सामान
SS2 और
निष्पादन करते हुए
SS3 के
अपनी निर्दिष्ट
पश्चात
कक्षा की
ऊपर
ओर बढ़ रहे हैं।
पेलोड फेयरिंग के अंदर मल्टी पेलोड
S200
अडेप्टर
motors
है,
thrusting
जहां उपग्रहों
simultaneously,
को रॉकेट
generating a
के
peak
साथ
thrust of
एकीकृत किया
close
जाता
to
है।
6,000 kilonewtons
इस
in
यान में
vacuum.
एक और मुख्य
They are
तंत्र
made of
BTM नामक
HTPV-based
वेलोसिटी
solid
ट्रिमिंग
propellant.
मॉड्यूल है, जो उपग्रह को
204.5 tons in
अंतःक्षेपण
each
से पहले
strap-on.
निश्चित गति तथा
Close to 2 tons of
अभिवृद्धि प्रदान
propellant
करेगा।
being burnt each second.
इसमें 500 माफ कीजिएगा 50 केजी के मोनोमिथाइल
S200
हाइड्रोजन
स्टेप-ऑन
तथा
बूस्टर्स का कुल
नाइट्रोजन ऑक्साइड का
प्रज्वलन
इस्तेमाल
काल
किया जाता है।
126 सेकंड का है और अभी घोषणा की गई
समय बचाने के
L110
लिए यह टैंक
स्टेज का भी
में
प्रज्वलन
खुलकर
शुरू हो चुका है।
लॉन्च पैड लाए जाते हैं तथा यान के साथ एकीकृत कर दिए
Apart
जाते
from the
हैं।
strap-ons, the core stage has also commenced its operation. This stage, based on combination
इस यान में कम से कम लेकिन विश्वसनीय तंत्रों का
of
इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
hyperbolic earth storable liquid propellants UH-25 and N2O4. Now the S200s have been separated.
अंत में पेलोड फेयरिंग के एकीकृत होने
घटनाक्रम
के
के अनुसार
पश्चात
यह यान
SSLV का उत्थापन
इस यान
भार
से S200
करीब
स्टेप-ऑन
120 टन
बूस्टर्स को
तथा लंबाई
सफलतापूर्वक पृथक कर दिया
34
गया है।
मीटर की होती है।
यह काम सेपरेशन मोटर्स की मदद से किया जाता है।
SSLV को बहुत ही सरल यान बनाने के लिए इसमें
इसके
SSLV
बाद
के
L110 तरल नोदक
सेगमेंट्स
पर
को
आधारित
ड्राई जॉइंट
और
प्रक्रिया के
विकास
साथ
इंजन
जोड़ा
के
गया है।
साथ यह चरण सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ अपनी उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ रहा है।
यहाँ ऐसी सुविधाएं उपलब्ध हैं जिसमें कि कई सेगमेंट्स को एक साथ कास्ट कर बनाया जाता है।
क्लोज लूप गाइडेंस के अंतर्गत है।
-12 minutes.
सभी चरणों के उत्पादन के पश्चात यहाँ ऐसी सुविधाएं उपलब्ध हैं जिसमें SSLV को सिर्फ एक सप्ताह
Trajectory
में
of
प्रमोशन के
launch
लिए
vehicle
तैयार
is
किया जा
closely
सकता है।
following the prediction.
आपकी जानकारी के लिए SSLV D1 को 1 अगस्त
पेलोड फेयरिंग को
इसका
पृथक कर दिया गया है यान
एकीकरण
से,
शुरू किया गया था
यान अब
तथा आज 7 अगस्त को हम तैयार हैं इसके
114.8
प्रमोशन के लिए।
किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई प्राप्त कर चुका है।
Speaking about the launch sequence for today's launch,
और इस दौरान यह करीब
the
1600
ignition of the
किलोन्यूटन का
first
प्रणोद
stage,
उत्पन्न करता है।
SS1, coincides with the T0.
220
The
seconds
first
past
stage takes the
time.
launch vehicle
Current altitude
to an
is
altitude of about 90
135
kilometers. The second stage, or the SS2,
The 200
ignites
seconds of its
at
operation,
126.7 seconds,
carries the rocket
and this
up
is
to
a hot separation
175.5
of SS1
altitude and
0.4
imparts
seconds
a relative
later.
velocity of 4.1
Then, at 132 seconds, there is the separation of interstage S2C. By now, the launch vehicle is at 100 kilometers altitude, so the closed loop guidance is initiated and the payload fairing separation takes place.
द्वितीय चरण
The second stage, that is the SS2, burns out after an action time of 119 seconds, but continues to coast along with the ongoing vehicle for another 91.9 seconds and then separates. The third stage ignites at 143.5 seconds and operates for 112 seconds.
प्रयोग किया जाता है इस चरण में।
The coasting phase continues for 176.5 seconds and then SS3 separates. The altitude for the satellite is almost achieved by now, and the liquid-powered velocity trimming module operates for about 20 seconds to provide the correct attitude and velocity for the satellite injection. Next comes the injection of EOS-02, the prime satellite for the mission, and then injection of Azadi-Sat, the co-passenger satellite in the same orbit.
That's a piece of really good news that the third stage has started its operation. The C-25 stage has been ignited.
जी हाँ, एक बहुत ही जटिल प्रक्रिया होती है क्रायो इंजन का इग्निशन, और इसके प्रज्वलन के साथ ही तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से गूंज उठा है मिशन नियंत्रण कक्ष।
अब हम उड़ान से 9 मिनट 27 सेकंड की दूरी पर।
तृतीय चरण C-25 वर्तमान में प्रणोद
सभी
उत्पन्न
आंकड़ों
कर
का
रहा है।
बारीकी से अवलोकन किया जा रहा है।
पूर्णतः सामान्य, सभी तंत्र पूर्णतः सामान्य हैं।
अब हम उड़ान से 9 मिनट 27 सेकंड की दूरी पर।
118 kilonewtons thrust in vacuum is what this stage develops with its 28.6 tons propellant combination.
SSLV D1 का
Liquid hydrogen and
फ्लाइट
liquid
घटनाक्रम
oxygen.
कुछ इस प्रकार होगा। प्रथम
Present
चरण
altitude is
SS1 का प्रज्वलन करीब 117 सेकंड तक चलेगा। इसके
तृतीय
पश्चात
और
SS2
यह
का
अंतिम चरण
इग्निशन
है इस
होगा
यान का C25। यह क्रायो ईंधन पर आधारित चरण है जिसमें लिक्विड
और इस
हाइड्रोजन
दौरान
लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन का इस्तेमाल होता
यान
है।
करीब 90 किलोमीटर
इसमें
की
कुल
ऊंचाई
28
प्राप्त
टन
कर
का
चुका
क्रायो
होगा।
ईंधन पूरी सुरक्षा
इसके
तथा
बाद
सावधानी के
इंटरस्टेज
साथ भरा
का
जाता है।
पृथकीकरण होगा।
इस चरण में 186
द्वितीय
किलोन्यूटन का
चरण के
प्रणोद
दौरान
उत्पन्न
ही
होता है
यह
और यह
यान
करीब
क्लोज लूप गाइडेंस
640
के अंतर्गत चला
सेकंड तक
जाएगा,
प्रज्वलित रहेगा।
जिसमें
इसमें दिशा
वह
नियंत्रण के
आंतरिक
लिए इंजन
जायरोमीटर
जिम्बल का
तथा
इस्तेमाल किया जाता
एक्सेलेरोमीटर
है।
की मदद से
क्रायो
अपनी
ईंधन
स्थिति की
का
जानकारी
विशिष्ट
ले
आवेग
दिशा निर्धारण करेगा।
446 सेकंड के करीब होता है।
यह यान क्लोज लूप गाइडेंस के अंतर्गत चला जाएगा। इसके बाद करीब 107 सेकंड पर यान जब 140 किलोमीटर पर होगा,
Currently, the rocket
इसमें
is at an
पेलोड
altitude
पेयरिंग ऊष्मा
of
कवच को
210
पृथक कर दिया
kilometers.
जाएगा।
7 minutes minus 8 minutes.
While there is no much variation in
SS2 का
altitude,
प्रज्वलन
this stage will
के
add to the
पश्चात
relative velocity
उसे
immensely.
पृथक कर लिया जाएगा तथा SS3 का प्रज्वलन होगा और अंत में VTM की मदद से कक्षीय स्थिति प्राप्त कर उपग्रह EOS-2 तथा आज़ादी सेट का अंतक्षेपण किया जाएगा तथा SS3 का प्रज्वलन होगा और अंत में
Cryo stage performance
अब आपको
normal.
The campaign for SSLV D1 mission has lasted for a
लैंडर
mere 7
मॉड्यूल से
days.
कई वैज्ञानिक
Countdown
प्रयोगों
has
के
begun
लिए
this morning
पेलोड्स लगाए गए
at
हैं।
2 hours 18 minutes and has lasted for 7 hours. During this time, the batteries are charged and the checks related to the health parameters of satellite and launch vehicle are carried out.
India's prestigious lunar landing spacecraft Chandrayaan 3 moving closer to its intended
SSLV D1
injection
का
slot in
मिशन
the orbit.
दक्षिणी दिशा क्या है, इसलिए यहाँ
The
शार्प,
propulsion
बैंगलोर,
module provides
त्रिवेंद्रम, पोर्ट
propulsion
ब्लेयर,
for earthbound
सिंगापुर तथा
maneuvers,
यात्रागा स्थित ट्रैकिंग
translunar
स्टेशंस की
injection,
मदद से
and moonbound
यान को
orbits.
पूर्णतः अपनी दृष्टि पर रखा
It
जाएगा।
also has a payload to study the
यान के
spectral
सभी
and
आंकड़े टेलीमेट्री
polarimetric
द्वारा प्राप्त
measurements
किए
of
जाते
Earth
हैं,
and lunar
जिससे
orbit.
यान की पूरी जानकारी
The
हमें
abbreviated
वास्तविक
name of
समय
the
में
payload
उपलब्ध
is
रहती है।
SHAPE.
ट्रैकिंग स्टेशंस की मदद से
We are 3.5 minutes away from the launch.
Among the payloads of the lander
The
module
SSLV is a 3-stage launch vehicle with all solid
to
propulsion
measure
stages.
the near surface
The first stage is
plasma
powered
density,
by
that is the
87 tons
density
of
ions and
HTPB-based
electrons,
solid
and
propellant.
its changes
It
with
happens
time.
to be the third largest booster for
Second
ISRO
payload is
after the
Chandra's
S200
surface
powering the mighty
thermophysical
GSLV
experiment
Mark
called
III
CHASTE
as
to
twin
measure
strap-ons
thermal properties
and
of
the
lunar surface in a
S139
polar
powering the
region.
PSLV and
To measure
GSLV
the
as core
seismicity
booster.
around the landing site and delineating the
It is
structure of the
the
lunar crust and mantle.
SS1 is a 3-segmented motor
ILSA is
having dry joints among the
the
segments.
rover, after
This
its
is a
descent, will
feature
further
to reduce
scientific
operation
study
time
objectives through
at launch pad.
payloads. For better
The
understanding
second
of
stage is
chemical and
Heritage
mineralogical
HPS3 motor
composition of
powering the
lunar surface,
PSLV as
LIP
third
or
stage
laser
with certain
induced
adaptations.
breakdown spectroscope is included.
This is also a solid
And in the
propellant
payload
stage.
is the alpha particle
SS2 has a
X-ray
diameter of 2
spectrometer.
meters and length of 3.2 meters. It has
लैंडर मॉड्यूल
7.7
में
tons of
3
propellant
पेलोड
loading
हैं,
inside a
रोवर
carbon
में 2
fiber
और
filament wound
propulsion
case.
मॉड्यूल में 1
It
पेलोड
is capable of
भेजा
generating
गया है।
maximum vacuum thrust of 235
चंद्रयान 3
kilonewtons.
के स्वदेशी लैंडर और
The
रोवर
third stage is a
में
newly
नियत भारों का
developed
इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
solid
यह
motor with
अंतर्ग्रही मिशन
4.5
के लिए भी
tons
आवश्यक
of
तकनीकों का प्रदर्शन
HTPB-based
करेंगे।
propellant loading
लैंडर के
capable
पास यह
of
क्षमता है
developing
कि वह
160
चंद्रमा की
kilonewtons
ऊबड़ खाबड़ सतह में भी
maximum
बड़ी
vacuum
सावधानी से
thrust.
उतर सकेगा और रोवर को बाहर लाने के लिए
SS3 also
और
is a
संचार
carbon
सुविधाएं
filament
प्रदान करने
wound
के लिए
case
सक्षम होगा।
having 1.7 meters diameter and
चंद्रयान 3 के
2.8 meters
लैंडर और
length.
रोवर में कुल 6 नितभार
To
हैं।
ensure precise satellite
रेडियो
injection
एस्ट्रोनॉमी
into the intended
of
orbit,
moonbound hypersensitive
a
ionosphere
liquid
and atmosphere,
bipropellant-based
जिसे
velocity trimming
short में ALMA कहा
module
जाता है।
is used. It
यह
has
चंद्रमा की
monomethyl
सतह के पास
hydrazine
प्लाज्मा के
and
घनत्व
mixed
तथा
oxides of
समय के
nitrogen
साथ बदलाव
aids in the roll control
चंद्रमा के
during the
ध्रुवीय सतह के
SS2
आसपास की
and
थर्मल
SS3
प्रॉपर्टीज का
flight
मापन
regime
करेगा।
and control of pitch, yaw and roll
इंस्ट्रूमेंट फॉर लीनियर
during the
सिस्टम
coasting phase.
लैंडिंग साइट के आसपास के क्षेत्र में
SSLV
भूकंप
has
जैसी
an
गतिविधियों का
encapsulated
पता लगाएगा।
assembly comprising of VTM,
रोवर में
satellites
चंद्रमा
on a
की सतह
variety of
के
payload adapters
तत्वात्मक विश्लेषण के
ensconced
लिए लेजर
in the heat
induced
shield
breakdown
hub.
spectroscope
The
और
heat
अल्फा
shield
पार्टिकल एक्सरे
is of
स्पेक्ट्रोस्कोप
ogive shape made of
का
composite
इस्तेमाल
with
किया जा रहा है।
co-cured thermal protection system.
Minus
Overall, the
दिलचस्प वैज्ञानिक
SSLV
निर्धार
is
है
34
shape,
meters tall, 2
spectropolarimetry
meters in
of
diameter,
habitable planet
and
Earth,
has a
जो कि
lift-off
चंद्रमा
mass
से
of about
पृथ्वी
120 tons.
से परावर्तित नियर इंफ्रारेड किरणों का विश्लेषण दूसरे जीवन सहायक ग्रहों को खोजने में मदद करेगा।
And has a lift-off mass of about
अब हम प्रमोशन से 3 मिनट 42 सेकंड की दूरी पर हैं।
Pyro involvement ion.
वर्तमान में C-25 इंजन कार्यरत है
Onboard
और
computer in
पूर्णतः सामान्य प्रदर्शन कर रहा है। अब हम प्रमोशन से
SSLV का यह प्रथम
700
प्रमोशन
सेकंड की दूरी पर आ चुके हैं।
मुख्यतः 2
सापेक्ष गति
उपग्रहों को
6.5
अपनी कक्षा में
किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड,
अंतर्क्षेपित करने का है।
191 किलोमीटर।
पहला EOS-02 जो कि 135 kg का माइक्रो सैटेलाइट भूप्रेक्षण
As we
उपग्रह
have
है
told you about the
और
Chandrayaan
इसे
3's
मध्य
upgrades
रेखा से
in the aspects of enhanced
356.2 किलोमीटर
robustness
की
through
ऊंचाई पर
extensive ground
तथा
tests and simulations.
37.21 डिग्री के झुकाव के
During the last
साथ
phase of landing,
अंतर्क्षेपित
the
किया
module
जाएगा।
will have a vertical velocity of less than 1 meter per second and a
EOS-2 के
horizontal
साथ
velocity
एक और
of
सहयात्री
less than
उपग्रह
0.5
जिसे
meters
भारत
per
के
second
आजादी के
from a
अमृत
height
महोत्सव
of
के
3
रूप में
meters.
आजादी सेट नामक
The lander
उपग्रह
legs
का
are
भी प्रमोशन
designed to
किया
be
जा रहा
robust
है।
enough to drive the impact. The
आजादी सेट
cameras
को
are
भी
tuned to
EOS-2
take
की ही
pictures
कक्षा में
ahead of the
स्थापित किया
landing
जाएगा।
and enable intelligent decision making for choice of best location to land, avoiding craters and boulders on lunar
SSLV
surface.
में उपग्रहों को प्रक्षेपण के पश्चात
The successive
ऑर्बिट
pictures will
रेसिंग के
also
प्रयोगों का
enable
भी
the
प्रदर्शन
craft
किया
to
जाएगा।
determine its horizontal and vertical velocity in real time.
उपग्रहों को अंतःक्षेपण में करीब
Laser
790
Doppler
सेकंड का समय
velocity
लगेगा।
sensor is an upgrade in Chandrayaan 3 over its predecessor. It helps to determine instantaneous
अब
velocity
हम
of
प्रमोशन
craft.
से 2 मिनट की दूरी पर
Insights into the behavior of Chandrayaan 2 in
The
the
tracking
last
of the
few
launch
minutes of
vehicle
its
during the
descent
flight is done
has
by the
revealed
ISRO
to the
telemetry,
scientists
tracking and
the
command
necessity for
network called the
upgrading the
ISTRAC.
guidance algorithm.
The SSLV
from
D1
various sensors are
EOS-02
used by the
being a
autonomous
southbound mission,
navigation
6
guidance
tracking
algorithm
stations are
of Chandrayaan
participating.
3
They are
plan
Shar,
the flight
Bangalore,
path to the most
Trivandrum,
suitable
Port Blair,
landing spot.
Singapore and Yattaragga.
Engines of
These
Chandrayaan
tracking
3 are
stations
capable
have
of more
overlapping
gradual
visibility to
throttling
track
also.
the flight trajectory and staging events. 6 tracking stations are participating. We are 1 minute 30 seconds from the launch. Port Blair, Singapore and Yattaragga.
वर्तमान में हम प्रमोशन से 817 सेकंड की दूरी पर आ चुके हैं। करीब
आज का मौसम
950
यहाँ
सेकंड पर
बदली वाला है।
तृतीय चरण क्रायोजेनिक इंजन को शट ऑफ
यहाँ
कर
जो
दिया
दर्शकगण
जाएगा
आए हुए हैं लॉन्च को देखने के लिए उन्हें थोड़ी दिक्कत हो सकती है
और उचित अभिवृद्धि प्राप्त कर चंद्रयान 3 को यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा।
लेकिन प्रमोशन के लिए पूरी तरह अनुकूल है।
Minus 1 minute.
चंद्रयान 3 को LVM-3 M4 द्वारा इलेक्ट्रिकल पार्किंग
अब हम 1 मिनट की दूरी पर
लॉन्च करने के पश्चात
प्रमोशन से
170 किलोमीटर की पेरिजी
Minus
और
40
क्रमशः
seconds.
5 बार मैन्युअल कमांड लिया जाएगा।
के लिए पूरी तरह अनुकूल है।
Minus
पांचवी
40
बार में
seconds.
यह पृथ्वी से चंद्रमा की ओर प्रस्थान करेगा,
Minus
जिसे
40
हम
seconds.
ल्यूनर ट्रांसफर ऑर्बिट के नाम से जानते हैं।
Minus
फिर
30
5 अगस्त
seconds.
2023 को यह चंद्रमा की कक्षा में प्रवेश करेगा और फिर क्रमशः
Minus 30
5
seconds.
मैन्यूवरिंग के पश्चात
Real-time
propulsion
program
मॉड्यूल
activated.
चंद्रमा की 100 किलोमीटर की वृत्ताकार
Minus
कक्षा
20
में
seconds.
स्थापित हो जाएगा। यहाँ यह उचित समय
Minus
और
20
अभिवृत्ति
seconds.
में लैंडर मॉड्यूल को पृथक करेगा और
Minus 15
23 अक्टूबर
seconds.
2023 को चंद्रमा की सतह पर लैंडिंग की प्रक्रिया शुरू की
10,
जाएगी।
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
We have come close to 900 seconds after the launch.
Normal P1 tracking.
PT tracking. Stage is thrusting.
P2 tracking.
That was a brilliant lift-off, a sight to behold.
Current relative velocity is
प्रज्वलन और
9.29
सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन
kilometers per second.
SSLV D1 लॉन्च व्हीकल का। SSLV D1 EOS-2 मिशन अपने गंतव्य की ओर। सभी तंत्र सुचारू रूप से काम करते हुए
चंद्रयान
बहुत ही रोमांच का पल है ये।
जा रहा है
प्रथम प्रमोशन SSLV D1 का।
प्राप्त होते ही और उचित
Maiden
अभिवृत्ति
launch
प्राप्त
of
होते ही
SSLV.
चंद्रयान 3 को अंतक्षेपित कर दिया
The
जाएगा।
performance of first stage is as per the prediction.
First stage performance normal condition is achieved.
अभी अभी पुष्टि की गई चंद्रयान
Char 1 has been made out of
3 को
Plus
प्रमोचन
1
की
minute.
कक्षा प्राप्त कर
प्रथम
ली गई
चरण
है।
सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ
Char 2 has
चंद्रयान
been made
3
out
को
of
सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया
वैज्ञानिक
है
गण निरंतर
elliptical
नजर
parking
बनाए
orbit
हुए हैं
पर।
सभी आंकड़ों पर।
Chandrayaan 3 has attained a major milestone successfully.
Flight parameters and ground trace on your screens right now.
Handing over to mission director.
Shar, Bangalore and Trivandrum telemetry stations tracking.
The LVM-3 M4 Chandrayaan mission accomplished its
प्रथम चरण
precise
का
satellite
प्रज्वलन
mission
काल
conditions.
करीब 117 सेकंड का होगा।
M4 mission is successful.
The launch has also added a feather in the
This
cap of
22.5
LVM-3
meter
rocket.
long stage
You
is
can
powered
watch
by
the jubilant
HTPV based
congratulatory
solid
gestures
propellant. 87
of
tons
ISRO
mass.
scientists in the
It
Mission
generates
Control
thrust
Center.
of 2,600
जी
kilonewtons.
हाँ, चंद्रयान को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है,
During the
लेकिन
SS-1
चंद्रयान 3
action
की
time
यात्रा
of
अभी जारी है।
117 seconds, the altitude of the launch
अब इस
vehicle
मिशन के
crosses
बारे में
about
हम
85
अध्यक्ष महोदय
kilometers.
से सुनेंगे और हम आपसे आज्ञा लेते हैं।
We sign off.
नमस्कार।
Up next is address by Secretary DOS
प्रथम चरण
Chairman
के सभी
ISRO.
तंत्र सामान्य कार्य करते हुए
Second stage ignited, first stage separated.
अभी अभी आपने सुना रेंज निदेशक ने घोषणा की द्वितीय चरण का प्रज्वलन हो चुका है तथा प्रथम चरण को पृथक कर दिया गया है।
As per the announcement of the Range Operations Director, the second stage has started its operation, generating maximum vacuum thrust of 235 kilonewtons.
चरण को पृथक कर दिया गया है। द्वितीय चरण का प्रज्वलन काल करीब
Payload fairing separated.
221 सेकंड का।
The second stage has started its operation, generating maximum vacuum thrust of 235
ऊष्मा कवच को पृथक कर दिया गया है।
Congratulations, India.
Trivandrum and Port Blair stations presently tracking.
Plus 3 minutes.
Chandrayaan 3 has started its journey towards moon. Our dear LVM-3 has already put
अब
Chandrayaan
हम
3 craft
170 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई पर आ चुके हैं।
170 by 36,500 kilometers.
There's a quick succession of several flight events. The SS-1 separation, following the SS-2 ignition,
Second stage performance normal.
and then the closed
In the coming days.
interstate separation, initiation of closed loop guidance for the flight, and of course, the dense atmosphere and 100 kilometers altitude has been crossed. The payload fairing also has been separated.
And also the project director of LVM-3, and we have also the mission director for the Chandrayaan 3
यान की
craft,
गति
project director
3.35 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड
Over to them.
तथा ऊंचाई 228 किलोमीटर।
Honorable Minister of State for Science and Technology
Plus 4
and
minutes.
Departments of Space and Atomic Energy,
इस घटनाक्रम में
Dr. Jitendra
SS-2
Singh,
का प्रज्वलन काल खत्म होने के बाद
Chairman ISRO and
करीब
Secretary
90 सेकंड का
Department
कोस्ट फेज
of
होगा।
Space, former secretaries of the
Second
department,
stage action
invited
completed.
dignitaries, respected dignitaries and invitees. I am very happy to report here that
Current
the
altitude
LVM-3
is 260 kilometers.
connected the Chandrayaan 3 satellite to the precise orbit.
4
and
hours,
once again, the
4
vehicle is
minutes,
proved to
30
be
seconds
the
past
most
the
reliable
launch time.
heavy lift vehicle of Indian Space Research Organization. Congratulations to the teamwork of ISRO family. I would like
इसे
to appraise
SS2
three things
SS3
here.
combined coasting
The
phase
vehicle
कहा जाता
systems
है।
are in the continuous process of quality improvement, especially in the event of our human rating efforts towards making the systems
इस घटनाक्रम
reliable.
में अगली घटना
Secondly,
होगी
the
SS2
payload
का
also,
पृथक्करण
capability of the payload also is improved by mission
तथा
strategies
SS3
as
का
well as
प्रज्वलन।
vehicle engineering approaches. We are in the process of increasing the launch frequency
Vehicle
of this
performance
vehicle
normal.
considering the national requirements as well as satellite demands.
यान पूरी
Here,
तरह
so
सामान्य
many
प्रदर्शन करता हुआ
improvements we have incorporated in this vehicle. For example,
और
the
अपनी
S200
उद्दिष्ट
nozzle,
कक्षा की ओर
they
बढ़ता
are
हुआ।
processed exactly as per the human rating standards, enabling us to have 100% NDT, and the inherent pocket erosion characteristics are removed. The L100
Next flight event is the separation of the second stage, which has completed its operation. Now we have got the confirmation that the second stage has been separated.
And
Third stage ignited.
जी हाँ, द्वितीय चरण अपना प्रज्वलन काल तथा कोस्ट फेज पूर्ण करने के पश्चात पृथक कर दिया गया है तथा तृतीय चरण SS3 प्रज्वलित हो चुका है।
Right now, the SSLV is in its third stage regime. The carbon fiber filament wound case with 4.5 tons of HTPB-based solid propellant loading, SS3 will propel the rocket from 333.6 kilometers to 356.5 kilometers. A significant delta V addition takes place. It is about 3.7 kilometers per second. That's the amount of velocity increase.
Once the launch manifest is released and mission executives are identified, really this is a penance
SS3 का
of so
प्रज्वलन काल
many
112 सेकंड का होगा।
ISRO
इस
centers,
दौरान यह
our launch vehicle
निर्वात
centers,
प्रणोद
VSSC,
160 किलोन्यूटन का उत्पन्न
IPRC,
करेगा।
IASU,
Third
SDSC,
stage
SHAR,
performance
IRC
normal.
and SAC, along with all our industrial partners, major players to the
इस चरण के दौरान ही
small scale
कक्षीय
industries who
स्थितियां
supply
प्राप्त की
us
जा
with
सकेंगी।
all the deliverables in time, quality products, the suppliers of chemicals, propellant ingredients, suppliers of avionics systems, and our own GOCO facility operators. Actually, the
Singapore and Port Blair
industrial manpower is
stations
really
still
our
tracking.
resource virtual manpower.
The action time for third
Everybody's,
stage is
efforts
112
went into
seconds,
this,
after which
and,
there will be a combined coast
all the,
phase.
Also, the prayers and best wishes of all our seniors, retired executives, everyone's prayers and our own family members. I take this opportunity to pray God Almighty for all the blessings in the form of this success, which was the penance by the
Third
ISRO
stage
family
action
for last
completed.
73 days. And my prayerful pranams for the successful
तृतीय चरण अपना प्रज्वलन
continuous
कार्य
operations
पूर्ण
of the
करता हुआ
Chandrayaan spacecraft
Vehicle is in
for
hosting.
its safe and soft landing on lunar surface and further experiments. Thank you.
Presently, it's
Jai
the
Hind.
regime of coasting. The third stage has completed its operation, but yet to separate from the ongoing launch vehicle. Control for pitch, yaw and roll being provided by the velocity trimming module thrusters. In about 3 minutes of coasting, there is a triple velocity addition and triple altitude gain.
And all our spacecraft
VTM will then operate and compensate for the velocity necessary for the injection of satellites and also the
Our
correct
journey to moon
altitude.
has begun now for the most awaited soft landing. We'll be closely monitoring and controlling the spacecraft from ISRO Bangalore. Many critical events are lined up, starting
भारत
from
इस
earthbound
साल को
maneuvers,
आज़ादी के
insertion
अमृत
into lunar
महोत्सव की
orbit,
तरह मना रहा है।
separation of lander,
भारत
and
के
set of
स्वतंत्रता
deboost
के
maneuvers, and finally
75वें
the
वर्षगांठ
power descent
में
phase for a soft
पूरे
landing.
भारत में तरह तरह
I
से
take this
इसे मनाया जा
opportunity
रहा
to
है।
thank Chairman ISRO, Director URSC, and all the center
इसमें
directors for
सभी
entrusting me
ओर
this
विकास
opportunity,
और उन्नति की दिशा
who
को
have
दिखाया जा रहा है। यह
who
पर्व
have been
इसरो
the
में भी मनाया जा रहा
motivational
है।
and guidance force,
इसी उद्देश्य के साथ
behind this mission.
मिशन
My special
न
thanks to
सिर्फ एक नवीन
Chandrayaan 3
प्रमोचन यान का
project
प्रदर्शक है
executives,
बल्कि
associate
मिशन
project
के
directors,
उपग्रह आज़ादी सेट को
deputy project
आज़ादी के
directors,
अमृत
project
महोत्सव को
managers
समर्पित है।
across the ISRO centers.
We are 9 minutes
who have
past the
provided an
launch
excellent
time.
support in building the spacecraft. My special thanks to the expert committees for their constant guidance throughout the various stages of the project. I also thank
Combined coasting in progress right now.
the various work centers and industries who have contributed directly and indirectly to
यह
this
मिशन
mission.
एक और कारण से
My
महत्वपूर्ण
special
है।
thanks
इस
to
यान में
URSC
सफर कर
council
रहे
members,
आज़ादी
group
सेट को हमारे
directors,
देश
deputy
के ही
directors across the
750
ISRO
स्कूली
centers.
छात्राओं ने मिलकर बनाया है। इस तरह यह मिशन
forward for the
महिलाओं को
soft landing
प्रोत्साहित करते हुए
with all your
वुमेन इन
wishes and
स्पेस
blessings
के
from the
थीम
God.
को भी
Thank
सहायक
you.
बन रहा है।
We have our Honorable Minister for Space,
VTM वेलोसिटी ट्रिमिंग मॉड्यूल वह टर्मिनल चरण है जो कि अंतरिक्ष पर की पूरी स्थितियां प्राप्त करेगा।
So we would like to hear a few words from him. Over to you, sir.
Plus 10 minutes.
It is indeed a moment of
You are
glory
watching
for
us
India
live from the Mission Control Center
and a
here
moment of
at
destiny
Satish
for all
Dhawan
of
Space
us
Center,
over
Sriharikota.
here at Sriharikota who are a part
This
of
is
the
a maiden
history
launch
making.
of SSLV D1 EOS-03 mission.
Thank you, Team ISRO, for making India proud.
Watching us live from the Mission Control Center here at Satish Dhawan Space Center, Sriharikota.
And thank you, Honorable PM Narendra Modi ji, for having made this possible by unlocking the gates of Sriharikota and enabling the India's space sector. You will recall Honorable Prime Minister had very recently said, sky is not the limit. And living by his
अभी
words,
आप ऑन बोर्ड कैमरा की मदद से
I
देख
think
पा
the
रहे हैं
Chandrayaan
EOS
today has gone
2 का
beyond the limits of
पृथकीकरण
sky
तथा
to discover the
अंतक्षेपण उसके
unexplored
उद्दिष्ट कक्षा में।
horizons of the universe beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, this day today, the 14th of July 2023, is also a day of vindication. Vindication of the dream that Vikram Sarabhai saw 6 decades ago. He might have been short of resources, but never short of confidence. And when we see those pictures of a launcher vehicle being carried on the carriage of a bicycle, without any remorse, without any slightest embarrassment,
VTM का कार्य
that is
पूर्ण हो चुका
because
है और इसे बंद किया
Vikram and his
जा
team
चुका है।
had faith in themselves, faith in India's potential, faith in India's acumen, and today here we are vindicating and we are reiterating India's indigenous capabilities, living up to the ideal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And before I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, as Mother India enters into the next 25 years of this Amrit Kal, she
अभी
pledges
उपग्रह के
to play
प्रमोशन की
a
जानकारी आ
leading
चुकी है।
global role
EOS 2 को
in the emerging
सफलतापूर्वक
world
अंतक्षेपित
scenario
कर दिया गया
of
है।
21st century. Thank you and congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir. We will also introduce the directors of the centers who have done all those great work of building the rocket, building the scientific instruments for Chandrayaan 3, the Chandrayaan spacecraft itself, and made all those critical systems, and also the agencies who are going to handle the rest of the mission part, the tracking and the ground stations and all those teams are here. So I request the directors of those centers to join. First, Director of Vikram Sarabhai Space
Following
Center.
the combined coast phase, the VTM ignition cutoff and EOS 0302 separation,
India.
Azadi Sat
Last
separation,
1
these
year,
flight
this is
events
the
have
10th
taken place.
mission, including the
जी हाँ, इसकी पुष्टि कर दी गई है। EOS 2 तथा आज़ादी सेट को उनके उद्देश्य कक्षा में स्थापित कर दिया गया है।
This is the 7th mission of LVM-3, the successful mission. With this, the success rate of LVM-3 is 100%. And this is the ideal vehicle for Gaganyaan. Some of the changes that we are incorporating in Gaganyaan, we have implemented
The
here.
outcome of the mission
The
is yet to be announced by the Range
has
Operations
crossed the
Director.
reliability of 0.9 and inching forward. So I take this opportunity to salute the entire ISRO community, especially the VSC community and all launch vehicle centers, industry partners for making the stages, making the
मिशन की सफलता की औपचारिक
sub-assemblies and
घोषणा
testing. In
कुछ ही
fact,
क्षणों
this
में
is
की
the
जाएगी।
third launch of LVM-3 in 1 year. You know, the realizing the stages, assembling, testing, and then launching 3 LVM-3s in 1 year is a Herculean task. I salute the industry as well as all the ISRO centers for this. And I wish all the very best. We know that when the beginning is good, the ending has to be good. I wish all the very best to the Chandrayaan for its solitary journey through the vastness of
Viewers
space
can stay
and
tuned
for
to the
making a
ISRO media
feather-like
portals
soft landing
to know the
in the
outcome of
4th
the
week
mission
of
of
August. Good
SSLV
luck.
D1 EOS
Thank you.
02 mission.
Dr. Narayanan, Director LPSC.
For its solitary journey through the vastness of
Viewers
space
can stay
and
tuned
for
to the
making a
ISRO media
feather-like
portals
soft landing
to know the
in the
outcome of
4th
the
week.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Good luck.
It is a historical event for Indian space program and a proud moment for all the Indians across the globe on this momentous occasion of the successful launch of the Chandrayaan 3. 3-in-1 spacecraft in the required orbit with the highest level of precision by our heaviest launch vehicle LVM-3. After the 2 launches of LVM-3 vehicle this year, this vehicle is realized in the record shortest time. Today, once again, all the vehicle systems have performed, demonstrated the 7th successful launch. As you all know, the entire spacecraft community has put wholehearted effort during last 4 years, and we have realized a marvelous, great scientific satellite. For this mission, the entire vehicle performance is as expected, as predicted. In fact, the precision in which the satellite is launched shows the reliability of this vehicle.
Visuals from the mission control centers
four
on your
liquid
screens
propulsion
right now.
Two in the launch
Experts
vehicle.
looking
The
at their
stage
monitors
C-25
very
stage,
intently.
It has performed extremely well along with all other vehicle systems. We too have two more propulsion modules, one for taking the spacecraft to the moon, another one for soft landing. I think it is already well integrated. The system health is very good. Today's success is the culmination of
आज़ादी सेट
the
एक क्यूब सेट है
dedicated,
जिसका भार
smart
करीब
and
8
hard
kg का
work
है।
of
इसमें
all the
कई
ISRO
सारे
team members
फेमटो
and the work
एक्सपेरिमेंट्स
culture
के
of
लिए विभिन्न
ISRO
भार
and
लगे
the
हुए
review
हैं।
process what we follow. I am sure all further mission operations will be a
इन
grand
निर्धारों
success
को
and will
स्पेस
have
किड्स
the
इंडिया द्वारा
successful
एकीकृत
soft
किया
landing.
गया है।
On this occasion, let me congratulate and compliment the members of ISRO team, our family members who have really sacrificed, the partners from industry and academia, and the various review fora. Thank you. Jai Hind. On this occasion, let me congratulate and compliment.
The Chandrayaan craft was built at the URO Satellite Center, so I request the Director of URC to speak.
The partners from industry and academia and the various review fora. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
अभी तक उपग्रह
I
से
take this opportunity to
संपूर्ण
first
संकेत
thank
नहीं आए
my
हैं।
colleagues from the Launch Vehicle Center for providing a textbook-like launch for Chandrayaan 3 on its journey towards moon. Thank you very much. And as Director LPSC and Director VSSC mentioned, realizing this kind of launch vehicle, third launch vehicle within a year's time is indeed a Herculean task. And thank you very much for the effort that has been put by all the members of the launch vehicle community and the industry supporting them. Coming to Chandrayaan 3, Mohan was telling that it is a penance. In fact, it is a penance of the Chandrayaan 3 team for the last 4 years, which has come today as an outcome. It is sitting like a brain sitting inside the head of a human being on that mighty vehicle. On top of that, satellite was sitting, and it was such a happy moment to see that satellite getting separated. And our work continues from now for the next 42 days till we reach the lunar orbit and touchdown softly on moon. So we'll speak the rest of the things after the soft landing on top of moon. Till then, thank you very much for all the members of the satellite community and the industry for your support, which has been continuing over several years, and I am sure will continue in future also. Thank you very much.
Space Applications Center Ahmedabad plays very important role in our scientific instruments and building of the satellites. Over to Director SAC, Nilesh Desai.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, let me compliment Team ISRO for this excellent work, and especially vehicle team as well as the project team. And as we begin this historic journey towards moon, well begun is half done, as it is said. So I'm sure that we'll succeed in our effort and endeavor to land on moon safe and in secured manner with a soft landing after 45 days. So I wish all the best to all the people.
Good morning, all of you.
Directly or indirectly. And
The maiden flight of SSLV D1 just now completed.
My team at Space
The
Applications
SSLV's
Center
all stages
will develop
performed
sensors and
as
other
expected. The first
hazard
stage
detection and avoidance system which
performed
will help
and
for a
separated.
secured
The
and
second
safe
stage
landing.
performed and separated.
Once
The
again,
third
I
stage
thank
also
all
performed and
who have
separated.
contributed in this mission. Thank
And
you.
we had in the terminal phase of the mission, some data loss is occurring, and we are analyzing the data. And we will come back on the status of the satellites and as well as the vehicle performance soon. So until then, please bear with us that we are currently in the phase of the mission. Some data loss on the final outcome of the mission with respect to a stable orbit achieved or not. So please please wait, and we'll come back. Thank you so much for your patient viewing of this live telecast from SDS Star. Thank you so much once again.
Helium 3, M4 and Chandrayaan 3 mission. So once again, the Fat Boy has done its job and put very precisely
prestigious
viewing of this
lunar mission
live
Chandrayaan
telecast
3
from SDSC
in the
Sharp.
transfer
Thank you
orbit.
so much once again.
And I congratulate the SDSC SHAR team. Yes, throughout this launch, we had many launch campaigns of 355 and 56. Along with that, we are proud to have this. In spite of the weather conditions here, we have successfully launched LVM-3 in the prescribed launch window time between July 12th and 19th. And we had a very good, smooth campaign here. And all the hearty congratulations to the entire launch vehicle team, as well as for the last 2 months for hosting the Chandrayaan 3 team here and carrying out all the tests to make sure that Chandrayaan 3 is also ready for the mission. And I also thank our entire logistics team who handled this huge crowd throughout this campaign period, in particular last 2-3 days. And my sincere thanks to the various Indian industries who are now participating in various aspects of solid motor processing as well as the assembly activities of our launch vehicle to make it successful. And I wish a glorious success in the future to come. And I wish, as mentioned in the last week of August, to have a successful soft landing of Chandrayaan 3 lander on the moon surface and to make history. Once again, thank you. Jai Hind.
I request all center directors to join on the podium. Please come, all of you.
Once again, thank you. Jai Hind. Please come.
I request all center directors to join on the podium. Please come, all of you.
Today marks the beginning of yet another incredible journey from Axiom Space and SpaceX as we lead the way in expanding access to low Earth orbit for all of humanity. You are looking at a live shot of the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft that will carry the next 4 private astronauts to the International Space Station in just over 3 hours from now. To everyone around the globe tuning in, hello and welcome to the live launch webcast for the Axiom Mission 2, or as we call it, AX2. My name is Duke Brady, and I'm a multimedia specialist with Axiom Space based out of Houston, Texas.
And I'm Kate Tice, Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Duke, it's so good to have you and the Axiom teams with us today.
Very excited.
Today's mission is a pretty cool milestone for SpaceX. AX2 is our 10th human spaceflight mission overall and our 9th human spaceflight mission to the orbiting laboratory since we started flying people back in 2020 with NASA's Demo 2 mission. It also marks SpaceX's second human spaceflight mission this year, following the NASA Crew 6 launch in March to the International Space Station. The AX2 crew will be joining Expedition 69 and Dragon Endeavour, all still currently on station. As we count down today's scheduled liftoff, we'll be keeping you updated on the status of the crew, launch vehicle, systems, weather, and all the technical aspects of launch. And in between, we'll be taking you behind the scenes of the AX2 mission, what led up to this moment, and what to expect during the course of this 10-day mission.
For Axiom Space, this mission builds on the incredible success of our first all-private astronaut crew to the ISS last year, the AX-1 mission, and takes us one step closer to building and operating Axiom Station, the world's first private space station, which is currently under construction. AX-2 is the second of four missions SpaceX will launch for Axiom Space, and today's launch is the culmination of years of effort by teams at Axiom Space to expand the opportunities of private citizens and sovereign nations around the world so that they can partake in the incredible science, research, and STEAM education-related activities in low Earth orbit. In fact, we just recently announced Axiom Space Access Program, which is designed to enable countries to realize long-term economic and scientific value in microgravity. So, if you want to fly to space, or if your organization wants to conduct research and manufacturing efforts in microgravity, we have the teams that can help you develop your program. We believe that the commercial effort and presence in low Earth orbit has a duty to expand research and manufacturing capabilities conducted in space for the benefit of all humankind. And that's a big part of what makes today's mission so exciting. 2 members of our crew are citizens of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, or KSA. They are Rayana Barnawi, the first ever Saudi female to fly to space, and Ali Al-Qarni, a captain in the Royal Saudi Air Force. Together, they are following in the footsteps of Sultan bin Salman Al Said, who flew aboard Space Shuttle Discovery in 1985. But they also represent the first Saudi national astronaut class, which we had the honor of helping select and train in preparation for this moment.
Really exciting stuff. Now, turning our attention to the crew, they are suiting up inside, right behind those doors that you see there. That's SpaceX's Falcon support building.
Displays are configured for crew ingress, and advanced team work is complete and ready for crew arrival on schedule.
All right, just a call out there from our SpaceX core, letting all teams know on countdown that we're tracking on time. So that's great news to hear.
Great.
So yeah, they are getting suited up right now in preparation for their liftoff from that launch pad right there. That, of course, is the historic Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Once they arrive at the space station, the crew will spend 8 days living and working on board before returning to Earth.
Yes, and over the course of that 10-day journey, the AX2 crew will conduct a wide range of research, including several experiments that will help us understand more than ever about how our human bodies respond to microgravity. The data they'll collect will be critical to furthering human exploration of space, and along the way will inspire dreamers, thinkers, and explorers to follow in their footsteps.
Every human spaceflight crew is unique, with each astronaut bringing their own background and expertise to the mission. With that, let's introduce you to the AX2 crew.
And along the way, we'll inspire dreamers. The AX2 mission is commanded by retired NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson. Born and raised in Beaconsfield, Iowa, she was inspired, along with the world, when we watched the Apollo 11 crew walk on the moon. She has since become the most experienced American astronaut and one of the most decorated. Whitson flew 3 long-duration missions to the ISS and has more cumulative time in space 665 days than any U.S. astronaut and more than any woman in the world. She has conducted 10 spacewalks with over 60 hours out in the vacuum of space and has performed hundreds of research experiments on board the ISS. Not only is she the commander for this mission, but Peggy also serves as the director of human spaceflight for Axiom Space.
The pilot for AX-2 is private astronaut John Schaffner. Born in Alaska and raised in Kentucky, Schaffner is a STEAM education advocate, business pioneer, and lifelong space enthusiast. A pilot since the age of 17, John has over 8,500 flight hours holding commercial, instrument, single-engine, and multi-engine ratings in land and sea aircraft, as well as helicopter. He also holds ratings in former military jets and high-performance radial engine aircraft. As an athlete, John has years of competitive experience in water skiing, cycling, whitewater kayaking, hand gliding, skydiving, and base jumping. John trained as the AX-1 backup pilot, and during this mission plans to invest a lot of his time in STEAM education activities aimed at empowering educators and inspiring teachers. Hand gliding, skydiving, and base jumping.
Representing the Saudi Space Commission and serving as a mission specialist, Ali Al-Karni was born in March 1992 in Sabt al-Alaya, Saudi Arabia. Ali is fluent in English as well as his native Arabic. And as an Air Force captain, Ali has 12 years of experience flying on multiple aircraft, primarily on the F-15SA in service to the Royal Saudi Air Force. Ali graduated with a Bachelor of Aerospace Science degree in 2013 from King Faisal Air Academy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Also representing the Saudi Space Commission and serving as a mission specialist, Rayana Barnawi was born in September 1988 in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Rayana has a master's degree in biomedical sciences from Al Faisal University in Riyadh, and also has a bachelor's degree in biomedical sciences from Otago University in Dunedin, New Zealand. If that wasn't enough knowledge, she is fluent in English and Turkish, as well as native Arabic. She has been a research lab technician since 2013 in the Stem Cell and Tissue Reengineering Program at King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center located in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
There you have it, the AX-2 crew. This really is an amazing group of people who have spent months preparing for this moment. We are already beyond proud of them and can't wait to see them in space.
At the moment, they should be making their final preparations inside our Fort Falcon support building, and then soon they'll be making their first public appearance, fully suited and ready to fly. They should be walking out of those doors here in just a couple of minutes.
Yes, absolutely. But, you know, as excited as we are for this crew and their launch, there have been entire communities of loved ones, both friends and family, around the world who've been looking forward to this moment for quite some time, actually. So to Peggy, John, Ali, and Rayana, here are a few words from those who love you to help mark this occasion.
Hey, John, just wanted to take a second and give you a big shout out and tell you how proud we are that you're representing Middlesbrough and all of us on your mission to the International Space Station. We want to say thank you for allowing us to be part of your experience and taking us beyond the crater.
John, have fun, Godspeed.
Have fun. Going to outer space. I am so fired up for you. You have no idea. Wish you the best of luck, and please, please do send me a postcard from up there.
Congratulations. I'm so excited for you, John. Woo! Excellent. Good job.
I wish you the best of luck. I don't know who these people are, but they will also want to wish you a safe and excellent mission. Enjoy and say hi to the boys from all of us. Good luck. Good luck.
Stay warm. Tell the skies. A new star is rising. An angel with a beauty ever so shining. A blessing that showers and glow. Go out there.
such a sweet insight into all that support and all those friends and family. That's great. The entire Axiom Space team and all of our partners truly appreciate and are humbled by the worldwide interest and support for this historic flight today. As the crew wraps up their preparations inside the Falcon support building, let's provide a bit of an overview of the operations for today. It's been a pretty busy morning already for the AX2 crew. They woke up at about 9 a.m. Eastern, had their first medical checks of the day, and then shared a meal with their quarantine support staff. At 12:20 Eastern, they departed the quarantine facility and flew to Kennedy Space Center for a special moment with family and friends at the tarmac of the KSC launch and landing facility. This event also marked the formal handoff of the crew to SpaceX for today's launch.
Around T-minus 3 hours and 50 minutes, the crew arrived at the suit-up room and began putting their suits on. Right around then, we also had the crew pre-launch briefing, and that's where we share weather and launch details and basically give them their tablets, which they get to bring with them during flight. And all of that brings us to where we currently are, suit up. We are awaiting for them to make their appearance, but yeah, there's been a lot of activity.
Absolutely. And we know at about T-minus 3 hours and 25 minutes, the crew began suiting up, and once that process is complete, they'll exit the Falcon support building and get into their Teslas. We will have 2 astronauts in each of the Teslas, led by a support vehicle.
After that, it's a short drive to the launch pad, and once they arrive, the crew will ascend the fixed service structure in an elevator up to the 255-foot level. That's the structure you see there on your screen to the right of the rocket. The crew will then take the stairs up the last 10 feet, where they will stop and make one final phone call before walking down that crew access arm to the White Room. The White Room is their last stop before climbing into the spacecraft, a process known as crew ingress. During ingress, the SpaceX team will run a series of checks to ensure the suits, seats, and vehicle interactions are all functioning properly. After all the vehicle and crew checkouts are completed, the SpaceX closeout team will close Dragon's side hatch and depart the pad. At about T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract away, followed by the arming of the launch escape system. Once the arm is retracted and the escape system is armed, propellant loading will begin on Falcon 9. At T-minus 5 minutes, Dragon will be configured for what we call terminal count. This is when Dragon's onboard computers take control of the spacecraft. And finally, the moment we're all waiting for, T0, Dragon and Falcon will lift off from pad 39A. Roughly 12 minutes after liftoff, Falcon will separate from Falcon 9's second stage and spend the next 16 hours making its way to the International Space Station. Dragon and Falcon will lift off from pad.
Good afternoon. I'm John Innsbrucker, Falcon 9 Principal Integration Engineer here at SpaceX. We're currently at T-minus 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 18 seconds, and everything looks good for an on-time launch later today. Now, as Kate mentioned, the crew received a weather briefing just at T-minus 4 hours. Now, the good news is the probability of violating launch conditions has decreased since yesterday. We're down to only a 25% chance of a violation today. The main constraint we're tracking is upper altitude anvil clouds. The ground level winds are not a concern. We're up to about maybe 17, 18 miles an hour. The upper level wind shear also is expected to be low, but as we get later in the afternoon here in Florida, the upper altitude winds could blow some of the clouds inland over the launch site in the ascent trajectory. We are, of course, tracking weather all along the ascent and recovery corridors today, and we'll keep you posted as we continue to monitor those environments, but currently, ascent weather looks good. Now, at pad 39A, as you can see on your monitor, Falcon 9 is powered up. Engine checkouts were performed overnight. Pressurization of the gas storage tanks on the Falcon 9 completed about T-minus 4.5 hours. Now, at T-minus 2 hours, Falcon will begin its final checks for launch. There will also be a communication check with the crew coming up at about T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes. And of course, propellant loading will begin at T-minus 35 minutes. Now, as with all of our launches to the International Space Station, we have an instantaneous launch window at 5:37 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, or 21 hours 37 minutes Universal Time. If for whatever reason we are not able to launch today, our next opportunity will be just under 24 hours later on Monday, May 22nd. 5:37 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, or 21 hours 37 minutes Universal Time. If for whatever reason we are not able to launch today.
All right, at this point in time, we're at T-minus 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 20 seconds. At this moment, we are roughly 5 minutes before the crew is expected to walk out of the Falcon support building, after which they will hop in the Teslas and head up to pad 39A, which you see there on your screen. As a reminder, this is SpaceX's 10th mission flying people since 2020, which is incredible to think about, and our second of 4 missions for Axiom.
Right, very exciting for us. Speaking of milestones and special moments, I wanted to take a moment to highlight a tradition we started at Axiom Space when the AX-1 crew went on their mission and has continued with this crew. A few weeks ago, just before the crew headed to quarantine, we held our Stepping into Space ceremony. Teams across the Axiom family gathered at our Axiom engineering facility and joined with the AX-2 crew to celebrate not just the ending of their training, but also that important pivot to what we call the operational stage of their mission. Here is a quick recap of that moment. Teams across the Axiom family gathered.
Say to everyone, just find your mountain, keep climbing. It's not going to be an easy ride. You might stumble and fall, but always have the passion and the thought of what it's going to feel like once you are on top of the mountain and looking down. I'm sure it's going to be an amazing view and experience.
Live outside your comfort zone. You're capable of so much more than you might believe. So try things that you think you might not succeed at, because you'll find out that you really are much more capable.
One more round of applause for our crew for the AX-2 mission. Woo! Go AX-2!
What an amazing tradition that you guys have started. I love that.
It's so great to see that Axiom family specifically come together and support this crew, get their big final send-off for all of that preparation they've been doing.
Now, we are just moments away from seeing the crew for the first time today. This is a live view outside of our Falcon support building located...
Core and countdown, suit donning and checkouts are complete. Stand by for walkout. We're on schedule.
Now, we are just all right. Almost perfectly on cue there. That was the SpaceX core calling out on our countdown nets to let the integrated teams know that all of our crew members are in their suits. They went through the appropriate checks and fit-ups, and we should be seeing them walk out these doors any minute now.
Love the serendipity of that moment. That's going to be the rest of the day, right? Everything's right on cue.
Yeah, I like it.
This is certainly a big moment for them. That moment at Axiom where we have this stepping to space send-off is a big one, going from that training to operational phase, but this might be the next big one, the next big step for their mission.
Now, we have seen the crew in their suits, in the days leading up to launch. We had a dress rehearsal a couple days ago. I guess that was Friday. And so we've seen the crew walk through and rehearse all of this, but this will be the first time that we're seeing them on the day they get to go to space.
I have to imagine it feels completely different. But I also think maybe their training has made this sort of normal. They're in the mode, they have the muscle memory at this point. Something's familiar, but some things have to also be a little heightened today.
Absolutely. Now there we can see the 3 Teslas that will take them up a short distance. It's a little bit less than a half mile from those doors to the elevator doors at the base of pad 39A. We will see Commander Peggy Whitson and pilot John Schaffner together in one of those black Teslas, while the mission specialist Ali Al-Karni and Rayana Barnawi will be partnered in another. So like we said, it's a short drive. They could walk it, but I've done that walk. It's not great, especially, it's pretty warm in Florida already and a little humid. So we want to keep everybody cool and comfortable. So they're going to hop in these vehicles and head up.
Launch Director and Countdown Net, the crew is beginning their walkout to drive to the pad at this time.
Especially, it's pretty warm in Florida already and a little humid. So we want to keep everybody cool and comfortable. So they're going to hop in these
Sounds like we should be seeing our AX2 crew any moment now, coming through those double doors that you see on your screen.
Now, because we here in this location, we are inside the blast area, so no family or media are allowed here, but certainly an emotionally significant moment, and we're...
Aha! And here they are, our AX2 crew. This is very exciting. This is our first live look at the AX2 crew suited up for their mission to the International Space Station. On your far left, you see Rayana Barnawi, followed by Peggy Whitson, then John Schaffner, then Ali Al-Karni. AX2 crew. This is very exciting. Wow, incredible. We've got a great group wave there. Team unifying for their first big step before they get in those Teslas to ride to their vehicle.
I love this view that we have here inside the vehicles. We actually get to really get an up-close look at the excitement on their faces. Right now, they are, of course, going to buckle in, and they're also going to plug in the umbilicals, the umbilicals that flow cool nitrox, nitrogen oxygen mixture air into the suit. So it helps keep them comfortable as they are making that short distance up to the pad.
Right, because as you said, they are in Florida. It can be a little warm and a little humid there. So any way to make this crew comfortable is going to be better. It's going to help them be in the right mindset and appreciate this moment. You see those gull-wing doors are closing now. It can be a little warm and a little humid. I do love this camera view. It reminds me of like auto karaoke or taxi karaoke, whatever that was. And that reminds me, they do have a special playlist that I think they're playing right now for their short drive. Don't think we'll get to hear.
It looks like fist bumps and maybe some dancing to the music as well.
Yeah.
That's our Commander Peggy Whitson on the far left and pilot John Schaffner there to her left, our right center, I guess you should say. And then mission specialists Ali Al-Karni and Rayana Barnawi on the right-hand side.
What a great moment there where you saw each pair of crew members sort of grasping hands, doing fist bumps, so kind of having their another level of realization for this step in their mission. It's so wonderful to see that. Love to see the teamwork too. What a great moment there where you saw each pair of crew members sort of grasping hands, doing fist bumps, so kind of having their very special moment for Peggy. But thinking about her, she actually had her first mission to space on STS-11, which launched from this very pad 39A on June 5th, 2002, just shy of 21 years ago. She would have been transported out on this very stretch of road and ridden the same set of elevators to reach the Space Shuttle Endeavour. Now today, just everything else is basically new. The suits, the rocket, obviously all of those things are new, but it's pretty fascinating to think of this throwback. And actually here's a photo of then rookie astronaut Peggy Whitson.
Wow. I love that.
Incredible. There she is in the White Room. And actually, as this crew rides out to their rocket, their commander, Peggy Whitson, wanted to share a special message with them and to each of you who have helped make today possible.
As I get ready for spaceflight, I want to say thank you to everyone who's contributed. I know there's so many of you out there that are helping to make each and every piece come together. The engineers that design things, the welders that put things together, the instructors that teach me how to operate this really very complex piece of hardware and how it's all integrated together by all the software engineers. And then we have a ground team that's helping us. And we have ground teams all over the world that are helping us be successful on our missions. And every one of you does a tremendous job to make spaceflight possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What a fantastic message from Peggy Whitson, from STS-111 to AX-2. What a career, what a phenomenal set of achievements.
Now, I remember the day, excuse me, that Axiom announced that she would be commanding this mission, and it was such an incredible moment because she really is one of the legends of NASA, and I was just so excited to see that she was going to be flying in a SpaceX Dragon. So what an exciting opportunity.
Absolutely.
And it was once again, those live views coming to us from inside the Teslas as the crew members of AX-2 are pulling up to their rocket. They're now getting closer and closer to Pad 39A, where Falcon 9 and our Dragon Freedom capsule await to take them to the International Space Station. Now, fun fact about the pad here, those elevator doors, excuse me, that we see here at the base of the fixed service structure, the core of this structure is original to the pad from the shuttle and Apollo days. So it is safe to say that when Peggy ascends one of these elevators, that in her shuttle days, she was using the same, the core.
Crew have arrived at the pad.
There's that call out, just letting everybody know on countdown that the crew has arrived to the pad, as we can see. One of these elevators
We have Peggy Whitson and John Schaffner. They've exited their vehicles first.
This is one of my favorite moments that we have during the launch sequence. Is right there it is. The lean back, and they have to. The vehicle stands so tall there on top of the launch mount.
Their vehicles first.
This is one of my favorite moments.
We'll probably say this throughout the broadcast, but they've seen the rocket before. They've been in it for dry drafts. It's got to look different on today, this day of launch.
On top of the launch mount. Another fun fact about those elevators, the levels of the fixed service structure are not marked by the level number that it is. It's the height in feet that they are ascending to. So the AX-2 crew is going up to the 255-foot level, and they will ride up, and that then after they exit will take a short 10-foot stairs up to the next level. The difference being is basically the difference in height between the shuttle access arm and the Falcon 9 access arm. Ride up, and that then after they exit will beautiful view there of the backside of the transporter erector. That is the structure that we use for integration of the vehicle as well as transportation of the integrated vehicle to the launch pad. And of course, we roll it up horizontally and then lift it to the vertical launch position, within, depending on the mission, days or hours prior to liftoff. Integration of the vehicle as well as transportation of the integrated vehicle to the launch pad. And of course,
there you see Ali and Rihanna doing an excellent lean back for that view.
Within, depending on the mission, days or hours prior to liftoff.
See the excitement, hands clapping. There you see Ali and Rihanna.
As we mentioned before, they have rehearsed this previously in our dry dress rehearsal on Friday. They suited up, they rode out to the pad, they got in the spacecraft. So they have technically done all of this once before because, in spaceflight, we love to rehearse and practice everything. And really, like the moment for them to look up and realize that these are their last steps on Earth for a few days must be such an incredible moment. The day that they actually get to go to space. It's a moment that they've all trained for a very, very long time for. And realize that these are their last steps on Earth for
Absolutely.
a few days. Must be such
So
an
exciting.
incredible
You
moment.
see now at in your screen, that's Peggy and John. I believe they're using the phone to make their phone calls before launch, or last calls.
These are their last steps on Earth for
Absolutely.
a few days. Now, for those of you looking at the view here and wondering what those arrows are for, those arrows point the direction towards safety in the event that the crew needs to leave the area quickly. They just look down and they're able to follow those chevrons over to the escape pods, basically. They are baskets on a zip line that allow them to leave the tower if necessary. But it's a little counterintuitive because they're walking opposite of the arrows, which of course makes sense because they're going to space, not away.
Rihanna and Ali have gotten to the top of the stairs, and they will have their turn to use the phone.
Counterintuitive because they're walking opposite of the
For their
arrows,
last
which,
calls.
of course, makes sense because that's a pretty cool view there. We see them. They're just in the fixed service structure tower, not yet going across the crew access arm. That access arm, of course, is what connects the tower to the launch vehicle. We should be able to get a really great view of them as they go down the access arm, but looks like everybody's enjoying the view, as they should be.
Yeah.
And as they await their opportunity to make their final phone call.
Speaking of paths, this is the last section of their path before they ingress the vehicle, but Ali and Rayan actually reported last August to Houston to start training, and this crew has 700 to 1,000 hours of training total by the time they start their operational phase of the mission. This is the last section of their path. No easy task. Ali and Rayan actually reported last August to Houston to start training, and this crew has.
Now, the folks that are dressed in the all-black bodysuits, those are members of the SpaceX suit and closeout team. So these are the SpaceX employees that will be assisting the crew through their egress and suit leak checks. For FOD, which is foreign object debris, something that we want to avoid at all costs in the spaceflight industry, we make sure that everyone, all the the personnel in this part of the phase are preventing FOD, and that is why we see them dressed in those bunny suits like we do.
Coming down the arm now, you see here's Commander Peggy Whitson and pilot John Schaffner taking a nice look at their rocket through the window there.
Smiles.
Yeah.
It's incredible, to see someone like Peggy that has been to space so much, one of the most decorated NASA astronauts ever, to still be so excited. It's really heartwarming. We see here now that Peggy Whitson and John Schaffner have now arrived to the White Room. This is a great shot of where they will get to actually, right on the wall, they're going to add their signature to our basically wall of fame.
Crew at the White Room.
Everyone that flies on a Dragon mission has the opportunity to add their signature. We can see them adding their signature there to the black SpaceX logo, joining the names of the Axiom 1 crew as well as the Inspiration 4 crew. Mission has the opportunity to add their signature. We can see them adding their signature there to the black.
As I understand, that Sharpie is part of the protocol. You have to have that Sharpie at the ready because it's a really special moment for the crew.
Absolutely. We can see the crew members, the closeout members that are assisting the crew with their ingress process. We can see that they're holding tablets. That is where they are tracking and following along with our electronic procedures, which we call EPROCs. And those EPROCs list out every single step that each person has to carry out in order to enable a successful liftoff. And of course, we have an instantaneous liftoff window today as we are going to the International Space Station. So it's really important to keep tabs on who's doing what and how much time we have left in each activity. We do build in margin into the schedule so that if one thing takes a couple minutes longer, it's okay. We build in a little bit of flexibility there. But those tablets allow the crew to follow along. And one of those steps in the EPROCs for the advanced team, which is the team of SpaceX employees that arrive there to the pad in advance of the crew to prepare for crew arrival, one of those things is to make sure that there is a Sharpie in the White Room. EPROCs for the advanced. We can see there one of the SpaceX closeout team members assisting.
Core on countdown. Ingress started.
One of those things is to make sure that there is a Sharpie in the white room. We want to make sure that nobody bumps the helmet or the side hatch as they enter the vehicle. SpaceX closeout team members assisting. We can now see pilot John Schaffner in the seat on the left and Commander Peggy Whitson in the seat on the right. The helmet or the side hatch as they enter the vehicle. SpaceX closeout team members assisting. We can now see pilot John Schaffner in the seat on the left and Commander Peggy Whitson in the seat on the right. The seats that they're sitting in utilize a 5-point safety harness, so it's a little bit more advanced than the seatbelt that we have in our automobiles here on Earth. The seats that they're
If John and Peggy in the vehicle. Fun little note about John Schaffner, he's going to be the first Alaskan to fly to space. He was born in Fairbanks, Alaska. I've spent a lot of time there from my biology background, and it's an extreme environment, so just being from Alaska, I feel like is training enough to prepare for space.
Alaska is cold, space is cold.
Yeah, there you
they
go.
Go together.
Spent a lot of time there from
we can see there our mission specialists Rayana Barnawi and Ali Al-Karni still finishing up the final steps before walking down the crew access arm. They are working with the SpaceX closeout team members to do the final checks and of course some waves. Now entering that crew access arm and making their way down to Dragon Freedom. The final steps before walking down the crew access
Miles
arm.
and waves.
They are working with the SpaceX closeout team members.
All right, thumbs up from the KSA mission specialists, Rayana Barnawi and Ali Al-Karni, as they enter the white room and likely go straight to signing that SpaceX logo next to the AX-1 crew and joining their crewmate signatures. Thumbs up from the KSA mission specialist. It's really incredible for this new era of space travel to be forming, where we're going to have sovereign nation representation on that signature wall. It's just really exciting to see the evolution and change of things here as we grow commercial spaceflight.
Absolutely. Space for all.
Yeah. Where we're going to have sovereign nation representation on that signature wall. You mentioned this closeout crew. It's really, as Peggy said in that send-off video too, it's really phenomenal to think about the size of these teams and every pair of hands that gets put on these mission preparations and to make this crew perform their mission successfully. It's incredible to think about all of those people involved. It's as though they're not traveling just for themselves or even their countries, but like you said, it's space for all. They're traveling for all of humanity. Perform their mission successfully. It's incredible to think about all of those people involved.
Once again, we can see the tablets being utilized for the closeout team members to follow along with the procedures step by step. They are also marking off when a step is completed and essentially just keeping track of what is remaining, what open work remains. We can see here they're going through and doing the final zip-ups of the gloves. You know, for comfort reasons, excuse me, for comfort reasons, we don't make them do final suit up, I should say final suit up with all the zippers and whatnot, so that they can still be comfortable as they're riding up and making their phone calls. And this is the final check to ensure that everything is locked in place with those zippers and fasteners. I should say final suit up with all the zippers and whatnot, so that they can. We can see now that pilot John Schaffner on the left and Commander Peggy Whitson on the right are in their seats, getting those final strap in with that seatbelt. We can see that they have tablets on their legs, which allow them to also follow along with the same procedures step by step. On the right are in their seats, getting those final strap in with that seatbelt.
There goes Ali Al-Karni, ingressing the vehicle with some words of encouragement from his crewmate, Rayana Barnawi, and as she initiates her ingress.
So as they're stepping through this side hatch, it's important to note that they won't go through this side hatch again until they're back on Earth. When they are ingressing and egressing the International Space Station, we actually use the forward hatch located at the top of the Dragon spacecraft to dock with the International Space Station. So the next time that they go through this side hatch will be when they are done and they are on a recovery vessel in either the Gulf or Atlantic Ocean. With the International Space Station. So the next time that they go through this side hatch will be when they are done and they are.
Okay, we're getting our first looks of our full crew seated inside the Dragon. On the far left, you have Rayana Barnawi, followed by John Schaffner, Peggy Whitson, and Ali Al-Karni. Mission specialists sitting on the far left and the far right. Pilot John Schaffner on the left in the middle, and Peggy Whitson, commander, on that right middle seat. On the far left, you have Rayana Barnawi. Great side-by-side shot of the rocket Dragon capsule on the left, crew on the right. On the far left and the far right. Pilot John Schaffner on the left in the middle, and Peggy Whitson, commander, on that right middle seat.
We can see there, in addition to the tablets that the crew uses to follow along with everything that's going on, they also, I just love this view. This is coming to us from our drone that is circling pad 39A. You can really appreciate, one, what a beautiful day to go to space. I love it whenever we can see this coastline come into view. But yeah, just a beautiful pad shot of 39A. Of course, this is where many of the shuttle missions launched from, but this is also the Apollo 11 launch site as well. So it's amazing to see this new era of spaceflight continuing from a site that is so historic and carries a lot of good memories for many people. As you mentioned before, Peggy Whitson having flown from this pad herself on a shuttle mission. So I just think that's so amazing that we're able to continue spaceflight from such an important piece of ground.
Absolutely. And in thinking about all of the science that's going to be performed on this AX2 mission, it made me look at the calendar and actually see that Space Lab was launched from this same pad 50 years ago to this year, so 1973. And that was, of course, a huge progressive step in doing scientific research in space. So we have this really cool full circle moment where we're initiating a big step in commercial spaceflight that's really going to progress the research that's done in low Earth orbit, tying it back to the same pad where Peggy launched, and even before that where Skylab, one of our influential science components of space exploration, was launched from as well. Really cool history, like you're saying. Really going to progress the research that's done in low Earth orbit, tying it back to the same.
This here an exterior view of the crew access arm and Dragon Freedom. Well, today we are carrying 4 people to the space station. Dragon can actually seat up to 7. The additional 3 crew members would be located basically under where the 4 seats that we use as we see today in lieu of cargo. So underneath the astronauts, as we see now, there is actually cargo located underneath them. Within that cargo will be things that they use, like food and water, as well as the clothes that they will get to change into once they are able to take off or doff their spacesuits. Once they reach orbit, they'll be able to take off the spacesuits and change into other clothes and basically sleep in that while they make their way to the International Space Station. Able to take off or doff their spacesuits. Now we can see here the tablets that they have that they follow along with the procedures on the left leg, but on the right leg we see another rectangular shape. That is the connection point for the umbilical, and that is where the basically the interface is for flowing, again, some more of that cooled nitrox, which is a nitrogen-oxygen mixture. That air gets flowed into the suits to help keep them comfortable. It's the same stuff that scuba divers use in their breathing tanks. The umbilical is also what connects the electrical and communication and avionics. So that's how we basically get telemetry to and from the suit. And in addition to those communication packages. Now, the seats they are sitting in are custom sized for each astronaut. So if you think of the human body, and some people might have longer legs and shorter torsos, and vice versa, where they might have longer torsos and shorter legs. Thought we were going to get some communications there. Sounds like we had some in-capsule audio, so that's good to hear starting to come through. But yeah, all the length of the seat that they are sitting in, as well as the length of the footrest and the length of the armrest, are all sized appropriately for each astronaut. So really helps to make sure that they stay comfortable as well as safe through all phases of the mission. Their spacesuits are also custom sized, and they actually come here to Hawthorne not only for hours and hours of training on procedures and operations, but they also come on site here to try on the suits and make sure that everything is fitting well, make sure that as they go through, the motions of executing, something while they are on orbit, making sure that everything is super comfortable and nothing is rubbing in the wrong places.
Since the beginning of the space race in the 1960s, a custom patch has been used to represent and identify individual missions and their crew. It is also a long-held custom that the crew influence or outright design their own patch, injecting it with symbolism and personal elements to commemorate their journey. This crew has continued this long-standing tradition with their official AX2 mission patch. Take a look. It is also a long-held custom that the crew influence or outright design their own patch. The AX2 mission patch highlights the beauty of space, hope for the future, and the important role of the ISS to unite the best aspects of humanity. Shown prominently are the mission name, AX2, the family names of the crew members, and the flags of the United States and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the two nations represented on board today's flight. There are 5 shapes drawn as constellations. These represent the crew's intention to focus on inspiration, education, and teaching through STEAM education initiatives. And so there's a constellation for science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. The arched path leading from the Earth to space is colored lavender, which is a culture significant in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, symbolizing hospitality. That arched path and color also reflect KSA's desire to be part of the space sector and position itself as a contributor to the global space community. Then, naturally, the space station is central to the image as the destination of this crew, while Earth is featured with prominent horizon lines symbolizing optimism, hope, and inspiration. Just as you see this mission patch worn by the crew on their flight suits, this patch is currently adorning the walls of Axiom Space's Mission Control in Houston and is placed in a position of honor everywhere this crew is being supported for the duration of their mission. Just as you see this mission patch worn by the crew on their flight suits, this patch is
we can see live views there inside of Dragon Freedom. Now, this capsule that they are flying in is a reused capsule. It has been to space before. Additionally, Falcon 9 is also a reusable vehicle. It's the world's first orbital-class reusable rocket. And while today marks the first flight for this rocket, it will be the second flight for the Dragon spacecraft. Reusability is a big deal, not just for us at SpaceX, but also for the future of spaceflight. Reusing hardware, similar to how airlines reuse aircraft, allows us to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, which of course in turn drives down the cost of space access. Imagine if you had to fly on a brand new airplane every time you took a flight. Most people would not be able to afford that plane ticket. In the same way, a fully and rapidly reusable launch system is the key to becoming a multiplanetary species. To date, SpaceX has completed 39 Dragon missions, including 36 visits to the International Space Station, and 18 of those 36 missions have actually been on reflown Dragons, which is pretty awesome. As you've heard me mention before, the Dragon capsule flying today, named Freedom, will be making its second trip to space. It previously supported the NASA Crew 4 mission in April 2022, so just over a year ago. Now, as for our launch vehicle, the Falcon 9 rocket has completed 224 total launches, and 70% of those have been on reflown rockets. The booster supporting today's mission will be lifting off for the first time, as you might be able to tell by the fact that that first stage is shiny and white. The way that I often, tell people is if the paint matches the second stage, it's a new rocket. Well, speaking of firsts, today marks the first time that we're landing Falcon 9 back on land for a crew mission. Previous crew missions landed on a drone ship out in the Atlantic Ocean, so we actually see a live view now of LZ-1. That is the intended landing destination for the booster today. Landing back on land has a lot of benefits. It eliminates the need for our recovery team to be stationed out at sea for days and improves our turnaround time to get Falcon 9 ready to fly again. So I also personally love the land landings because the Space Coast can actually see and hear the booster return to LZ-1. So super exciting. To get Falcon 9 ready to fly again.
It's just under 2 hours, 36 minutes to the launch of Axiom 2. As you've seen, the 4-person crew is in the Dragon spacecraft. We're preparing for the first of a series of communication checks. These checks will be with the SpaceX core, and they verify the crew connections in Dragon through an umbilical that remains hooked up to the capsule until liftoff. As I said, the comm checks are going to be with Core. That's a member of the Dragon Ops team, and that operations team is located here in the Mission Control Center at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. The Falcon 9 and Dragon launch teams are located in Firing Room 4 at Kennedy Space Center. Now, next activities for the crew, once we get through that initial set of comm checks, we're going to be watching the seat rotation into the launch position. We've also got a suit leak check for several minutes, make sure everything is buttoned up and tight. And then we also have additional communications checks. These will be through RF antennas and NASA's Tracking and Data Relay System, or you may hear it referred to as TDRS for short, and those will be comm checks with the Dragon team. Now, currently, the flight hardware Falcon 9 and Dragon launch teams continue to monitor the vehicles. We're not working any significant issues at this time. We are continuing to just watch the weather. It's Florida, it's late afternoon. Ground level continues to look good, winds are low, and we've got nice looking skies there on the camera view on the left. We are watching upper altitude winds in case some of the anvil clouds do drift over the launch site or the ascent trajectory in the last hour. Now, for upper altitude winds, SpaceX uses a Doppler radar to study wind direction and speed. And that allows the SpaceX structures and control engineers to calculate loads on the vehicle and verify that we're good to fly. The Space Force Range releases balloons for us, and that gets low altitude wind data. That supports Dragon's contingency launch commit criteria. Right now, T-minus 2 hours and 34 minutes. Everything continues to look good. Next up, we're waiting for comm checks. We see the crew right there. Make sure that their connections through the seats, through the umbilical are good. We'll talk to the core, and then we'll take it from there with the remaining series of checkouts of comms, seat rotation, and the suit leak checks. We're waiting for comm checks. We see the crew right there. Make sure that their connections through the seats, through the umbilical are good. We'll talk to the core, and then we'll take it from there with the remaining series of checkouts of comms, seat rotation. A minute ago, we saw that live view of landing zone 1. There's the crew. Waves all around. The SpaceX support team is backing out of the capsule right now as we get ready for comm checks. Bigger thing is we'll then go into seat rotation, so we want to make sure everybody's out of the way, clear the seats, make sure everything underneath the seats are all stowed for flight and ready to go. The SpaceX support team is backing out of the capsule. Talked about landing zone 1, showed you a live view a few minutes ago. We're hoping to get a nice view of the first stage when it comes back to Earth. About 8.5 minutes after launch, we ought to see that coming back down into that landing zone 1 view. Talked about landing zone 1, showed you a live view a few minutes ago. We're hoping to get a nice view of the first stage when it comes back to Earth. About 8.5 minutes after launch. Right now, just waiting for the word from the crew that they're ready to begin the communications checks. Right now, just waiting for the word from the crew that they're ready to begin the communication. Coming up on 2 hours, 32 minutes till launch. On the Falcon 9 side currently, the chief engineer is mostly just going around the room, checking with the SpaceX Falcon engineers. They're continuing to top off gas pressure in the helium supply that's used to repressurize first and second stages as we head to space. The attitude control system, gas supplies, the landing leg supplies. We're at pressure. We just top it off a little bit as we continue through the countdown. Other than that, nothing significant on the Falcon 9 right now. Everybody's mostly just looking over the data, watching their systems. Our next major activity on Falcon 9 will actually occur at about T-minus 1 hour and 10 minutes. That's when we're going to begin to bleed in the fuel into the Merlin engine chambers, actually into the jacket where it's used to cool the nozzles as we head out into space. So that'll be our next major activity. We have also done flight termination system checkouts a couple hours ago. Everything looks good there. And the view you can see right now at 39A, Falcon 9, fairly quiet at the moment. Dragon also having the more activity as the crew has ingressed. And right now we're getting ready to begin checks between Dragon and the ground. Everything looks good there. And the view you can see right now at 39A, Falcon 9, fairly quiet at the moment. Dragon also having the more activity as the crew has ingressed. And right now we're getting ready to begin checks.
We're now T-minus 2 hours, 30 minutes, and 42 seconds until liftoff of Axiom 2. Heading to the International Space Station, we have a T0 time of 5:37 p.m. Eastern Time, 2:37 p.m. Pacific Time. As John mentioned, and as you can see on screen, weather's cooperating at the moment. We can see the exterior of the capsule there. This is actually a great shot because not only can you see the service section, which is where the crew is, you can also see another great view of the trunk. This is where we are able to put unpressurized unpressurized cargo, and that trunk is the part that will be jettisoned before the crew actually return to Earth. Another great view coming to us from our helicopter circling the pad. You can also see below the trunk the white second stage, below that the black inner stage where we have the grid fins attached, and then below that the white first stage. Great view coming to us from our helicopter circling the pad. You can also see below the trunk. We are standing by for communications checks with the crew. So it will be a series of checks to ensure that all seats are able to communicate with the teams, both at the Launch Control Center in Florida, as well as here in Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. After we get through comm checks, we will perform leak checks on the suits. That's important, just to ensure that all of those zippers on the suits and the fasteners are all in the, in their final position. They're closed, and we pressurize the suit in order to basically test that it can hold that pressure over a period of time. In the event of an egress scenario, or excuse me, not egress, of a launch escape scenario after liftoff, the spacesuit actually functions as a mini spaceship within the spaceship. It's able to hold that pressure while the crew return to Earth. An egress scenario, or excuse me, not egress, of a launch escape scenario after liftoff, the spacesuit actually functions as a mini spaceship within the spaceship. It's able to hold. Once those suit leak checks are complete, the closeout team will then close the side hatch. As I mentioned before, the side hatch is the door that they use to go in and out of the capsule while they are on Earth. The hatch that they use while they are on station is actually the forward hatch, which is located under the nose cone, which you can distinguish there at the very top of the Dragon capsule, the pointy part that has that diagonal line that indicates where the nose cone is, and that will rotate back. It'll open up and expose the forward hatch, and that's what the Dragon capsule uses to autonomously dock with the International Space Station. So once that side hatch is closed by the closeout team here on the ground,
SpaceX Dragon, comm check from seat 2.
That's what the Dragon capsule uses to autonomously dock with the International Space Station. So once that side hatch is closed,
Loud and clear, Peggy, from SpaceX. How me?
Here on the ground,
We have you loud and clear. Check from seat 2.
that's what the Dragon capsule uses to autonomously dock with the International Space Station. So once that side hatch is closed,
Loud Loud and clear, Peggy.
So it sounds like these com checks.
All right, good afternoon. Please let us know when you get to step 1.3 and are ready for umbilical com checks.
Wilco.
So it sounds like these com checks.
All right, good afternoon. Please let us know when you get to step 1.3 and are ready for umbilical com checks.
Wilco.
So it sounds like these com checks.
All right, good afternoon. Please let us know when you get to step 1.3 and are ready for umbilical com checks.
And SpaceX Dragon, we're at step 1.3, ready for a com check.
SpaceX copies. Stand by for umbilical com checks.
Wilco. And SpaceX Dragon, we're at step 1.3, ready for a com check.
SpaceX copies. Stand by for umbilical com checks.
Wilco. And SpaceX Dragon, we're at step 1.3, ready for a com check.
SpaceX copies. Stand by for umbilical com checks.
Wilco.
Great view of the Axiom 2 crew there as we are standing by for those com checks. Great view of the Axiom 2 crew there as we are standing by for those com checks. Great view of the Axiom 2 crew there as we are standing by for those com checks.
Commander, pilot, MS1, MS2, com check.
Commander has you loud and clear.
Pilot, loud and clear. MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
Pilot, MS1. And core, loud and clear. Umbilical com check complete. Please report when ready for seat rotation.
Pilot, loud and clear. MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
And core, loud
All
and
right,
clear.
all good news there. All those com checks checked out, and we are now.
SpaceX Dragon, we are ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. Will report when initiating.
All good news there. All those com checks checked. As the name indicates, these seats are going to rotate back into the launch position. This will enable the crew to have easier access to those crew displays located above their heads. As the name indicates, these seats are going to rotate back into the launch position. This will enable the crew to have easier access to those crew displays located above their heads. As the name indicates, these seats are going to rotate back into the launch position. This will enable the crew to have easier access to those crew displays located above their heads.
Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Dragon copy.
We can see those seats now rotating back into the launch position.
Dragon copy.
This moment must feel like that moment on a roller coaster when you're in position to go. This moment must feel like that moment on a roller coaster when you're in position to go.
We are at T-minus
Dragon
2 hours.
SpaceX. Seats are in the launch position.
Dragon copy.
You're in position to go.
Okay, comm there confirming that the seat rotation We are at T-minus 2 hours and 22 minutes and 6 seconds from liftoff of the AX-2 mission from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, carrying 4 Axiom astronauts, Peggy Whitson, John Schaffner, Ali Al-Karni, and Rihanna Barnawi, aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft. It's been a very exciting day so far. The crew shifted their sleep cycle to match that of the International Space Station and are currently inside Dragon going through their pre-launch checklists.
As of now, the astronauts have already completed their comms checks. That helps to make sure that they can communicate with the teams on the ground. Their seats have rotated from upright to their reclined launch position, which allows them to see and access the display panels there above their head. Up next will be the leak checks to make sure their spacesuits are in proper working condition before liftoff and to do final inspection of the spacecraft. So at this point in time, we're going to stand by, await for those suit checks. We expect them to happen here in the next couple of minutes. After those are complete, the closeout team will be closing the side hatch for flight. That's one of the key...
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 2 suit leak check preparation.
Copy, go Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
The closeout team will be closing the side hatch for flight. That's one of the key...
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 2 suit leak check preparation.
Once the suit leak checks are complete and the closeout team closes the side hatch for flight, things will start moving a lot quicker. The opportunity for going back and rechecking, everything is still, we're able to do that before the side hatch closes. So that's why we wait to get through the comm checks, the suit leak checks, the seat rotation. We wait to close the side hatch until all of those are complete so that in the event that, for example, if a zipper isn't quite in place, one of the closeout team members can re-enter the capsule, help the crew member get that into place and re-perform the suit leak check or, whatever it might be. In the event that, for example, now after we get that side hatch closed, the closeout team will depart the pad, and then around T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, we'll do launch escape system checks. And then we fast forward to T-minus 42 minutes and things really start happening in rapid succession.
SpaceX Dragon, care is complete. We're ready for leak check.
1 hour and 30 minutes, we'll do launch escape system checks. And then we fast forward to T-minus 42 minutes.
Dragon copies and concurs. You are go for Section 3 suit leak check.
Copy, go for Section 3 suit leak check.
All right, so that communication back and forth there between Commander Peggy Whitson and SpaceX Core, or Crew Operations and Resource Engineer. On that console today is Arthur Berrialt. That is the primary voice that we will be hearing communicating to the crew members. That communication back and forth there between Commander Peggy Whitson, back and forth, just confirming that the crew is ready to go to march into that next step, which, as they said, would be the suit leak checks. Essentially, we inflate the suits to a certain pressure for a couple of minutes, and we monitor that pressure level during that time to basically ensure and check that we're not losing any pressure. If we see a pressure loss, that's an indication that something isn't quite fitting right. Maybe there's a little bit of FOD in the visor, so it's not closing completely, or the zipper might not be zipped up completely. So one of the closeout team members will go in and help resolve whatever is causing that, and then they, in that case, would re-perform the suit leak check. But when we did a dress rehearsal on Friday, we got to this step, and they breezed right through it.
Yeah.
So whatever is causing that, and then they, in that case, would re-perform the suit leak check. You can actually kind of see the crew there just resting pretty comfortably while these leak checks are underway. You can actually kind of see the crew there just resting pretty comfortably.
So when I came to US, I was very new to English. So when I came to US, I was very new to English.
नमस्कार, सुप्रभात। आप सभी दर्शकों का मैं विकास स्वर्णकार इसरो के सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र शार श्रीहरिकोटा से हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। आज एक महत्वपूर्ण दिवस है। नमस्कार, हम सभी ने इसरो के प्रमोचक रॉकेटों के बारे में सुना, देखा और जाना है, जैसे कि SLV से शुरू करते हुए ASLV, PSLV, GSLV Mark II, GSLV Mark III। आज इसरो द्वारा एक नवीन इसरो के प्रमोचक रॉकेटों के केंद्र शार श्रीहरिकोटा से हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। आज एक महत्वपूर्ण दिवस है। हम सभी ने इसरो के प्रमोचक रॉकेटों के बारे में सुना, देखा और जाना है, जैसे कि SLV से शुरू करते हुए ASLV, PSLV, GSLV Mark II, GSLV Mark III। आज इसरो द्वारा एक नवीन लघु उपग्रह प्रक्षेपण यान SSLV का उद्घाटन प्रमोचन किया जा रहा है। इसके साथ इसरो के प्रमोचक रॉकेटों की श्रेणी में एक नया अध्याय शुरू होने जा रहा है। मानक समय के उपग्रह है तथा आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव को दर्शाता आजादी सैट भी सहयात्री उपग्रह के रूप में सफर कर रहा है।
A very good morning to all the viewers as we gather here to witness the maiden launch of small satellite launch vehicle SSLV. I am Madhuri and you are joining us live for the Doordarshan national coverage from the Mission Control Center at Satish Dhawan Space Center of ISRO at Sriharikota. Apart from Doordarshan, the live telecast is also available on ISRO website, Facebook, Twitter and YouTube. The launch is scheduled to take place today, the 7th of August 2022 at 9:18 hours Indian Standard Time from the first launch pad. The SSLV D1 mission intends to put the prime satellite EOS-02 weighing 135 kgs in 356.2 kilometers circular orbit with an inclination of 37.21 degrees and a co-passenger satellite Azadi Sat weighing 9.4 kgs in the same orbit.
Stand by for the time mark. Mark minus 30 minutes and counting.
यान से जुड़े सारे परीक्षण पूरे किए जा चुके हैं। आज
ROD
mission
director,
सभी
weather conditions are benign for SSLV D1 launch mission.
उनके अथक परिश्रम का क्या परिणाम होगा। SSLV पूर्ण परीक्षित तथा तैयार होकर प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच पर स्थित है।
Roger.
सभी के मन में एक रोमांच है। इस रोमांच से भरपूर हम सभी तैयार हैं इसरो के नवीन रॉकेट SSLV D1 की उड़ान के लिए। प्रक्षेपण की उल्टी गिनती 7 घंटे पूर्व शुरू हो चुकी है। इस दौरान सभी परीक्षण पूरे किए जा रहे हैं। सभी आंकड़े प्रमोचन के लिए अनुकूल हैं। कुछ अंतिम परीक्षणों के पश्चात ऑनबोर्ड कंप्यूटर प्रथम चरण को प्रज्वलित करेगा। अब हम प्रमोचन से 28 मिनट 54 सेकंड की दूरी पर SSLV स्मॉल सैटेलाइट लॉन्च व्हीकल एक लघु उपग्रह प्रक्षेपण यान है। इसकी क्षमता 10 से 500 kg तक के नितभार को 500 किलोमीटर की निचली कक्षा में स्थापित करने की है। इसमें बहुत सी मुख्य बातें हैं जो इसे अन्य प्रमोचक रॉकेटों से भिन्न बनाती है। यह लघु उपग्रहों को निचली कक्षा में स्थापित करने की सबसे कम लागत तथा क्रांतिक तकनीक का प्रदर्शन करने जा रहा है। इसे कम समय तथा कम लागत में तैयार किया जा सकता है। इससे इसमें वाणिज्यिक तथा प्रौद्योगिक अनुसंधान के कार्य में निरंतर उपयोग में लाया जा सकेगा। इस यान के साथ
Roger.
स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी अन्य निजी संस्थानों के वहन करने योग्य स्तर पर भी आ जाएगी। ठोस नोदक प्रणाली में विकसित इस यान की अभिकल्पना में कई चुनौतियां आई। प्रभावी लागत तथा अल्प समय में तैयार की जाने वाली विश्वसनीय प्रमोचक रॉकेट बनाने की चुनौती इसमें शामिल है।
P4 radiation on.
SSLV को मुख्यतः लॉन्च ऑन डिमांड के ध्यान में रखकर बनाया गया है। SSLV की प्राथमिक विकासशील उड़ानों के पश्चात NSIL इसे भारतीय उद्योगों के द्वारा बनाए जाने पर भी विचार कर रहा है।
Let's take a look at the SSLV integration activities at SDSC Shar. The launch campaign began with the flag off of the nozzle end segment of the first stage from second vehicle assembly building to the mobile service tower. The movement of middle and head end segments. The joints being open type or dry type, minimum time is taken in the assembly of all the segments on the single day.
अभी आप अपनी स्क्रीन पर देख पा रहे हैं सभी खंडों को जोड़कर SS1 प्रथम चरण तैयार किया गया और अब इग्नाइटर को इसके साथ एकीकृत किया जा रहा है। यह SS2 है जो कि द्वितीय चरण है SSLV D1 रॉकेट का। इसे इंटर स्टेज के साथ एकीकृत कर लॉन्च पैड लाया जाएगा।
The second stage along with the interstages will be moved to the launch pad.
Minus 25 minutes.
अब द्वितीय चरण को एकीकृत कर लॉन्च पैड लाया गया है। मोबाइल सर्विस टावर में क्रेन की मदद से इसे प्रथम चरण के साथ एकीकृत कर दिया जाएगा।
Noted. Roger.
इन सभी गतिविधियों के दौरान पूर्ण गुणवत्ता का ध्यान रखा जाता है। और अब आप देख पा रहे हैं तृतीय चरण SSLV का यह तृतीय चरण एकीकृत कर दिया गया।
And that's the third stage. After the third stage, now you are able to watch the satellites being prepared. That is the EOS-02 satellite and the Azadi Sat.
जी हाँ, अभी आप देख पा रहे हैं EOS-02 उपग्रह तथा आजादी सेट को एकीकृत कर ऊष्मा कवच के अंदर सुरक्षित कर दिया गया है।
That's the encapsulated assembly, including the velocity trimming module and the satellites being prepared. This will be moved to the launch pad and integrated with the launch vehicle.
अब संयुक्त उपग्रह तथा VTM मॉड्यूल को लाकर MST में SS3 तृतीय चरण के ऊपर समायोजित कर दिया गया और इसके साथ ही SSLV पूर्णतः तैयार। अब MST मोबाइल सर्विस टावर को पीछे पार्किंग एरिया पर ले जाया जा रहा है।
SSLV is fully ready for its maiden mission.
विहंगम दृश्य श्रीहरिकोटा का प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच।
Bird's eye view of the first launch pad. In times to come, it will witness enhanced launch frequency due to the added infrastructure.
यहाँ शार में बाहरी दर्शकों के लिए एक विजिटर्स गैलरी की व्यवस्था उपलब्ध है। बहुत से लोग यहाँ आकर रॉकेट लॉन्च का आंखों देखा अनुभव लेते हैं। आज यहाँ 8,600 से ज़्यादा दर्शक यहाँ मौजूद हैं और आनंद ले रहे हैं। आप सभी दर्शकों का यहाँ फिर से स्वागत है।
MC transmitting initial values.
Minus 22 minutes.
RSD confirms data
अब
from
हम
chain 2.
प्रमोशन से 21 मिनट 48 सेकंड की दूरी पर
RSD confirms data from chain 1.
MCC confirms data from chain 1. COT calling.
इस दौरान आपको प्रमोचक रॉकेट SSLV के बारे में कुछ जानकारियां दे दें।
TCTC Star 192 confirms.
यह प्रक्षेपण यान SSLV 3 चरणीय यान है और इसमें तीनों चरण ठोस नोदक पर आधारित हैं। प्रथम चरण को SS1 कहते हैं। SS1 का कुल भार 87 टन के ठोस कणों वाला है। इसका व्यास 2 मीटर तथा लंबाई 21 मीटर की है। यह चरण 3 खंडों से बना हुआ है। चरण में कुल निर्वात कणों 2600 किलोन्यूटन उत्पन्न होता है।
No confirmation is needed to control.
CY to ROD, all range instrumentation systems are ready for SSLV D1 UOS 02 launch.
ROD Roger.
CDP to ROD, mission computers and real-time network are ready for the launch of SSLV D1 EOS 02 mission.
ROD Roger.
RSO to ROD, range safety systems are ready for the launch of SSLV D1 EOS 02.
मार्च 2022 को SS1 का परीक्षण कर सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र में इस परीक्षण को पूर्णतः सफल किया गया था और इसके बाद SSLV यान को हरी झंडी दिखा दी गई थी।
Change over to channel 2.
Mission Director Roger.
The launch vehicle is ready for SSLV D1 EOS 02 mission.
Mission Director Roger.
All stations to note event number 130.
You are able to watch on your TV screens the internal views of the Launch Control Center and the Mission Control Center.
अभी अभी आपने सुना यान निदेशक, स्पेसक्राफ्ट निदेशक, रेंज ऑपरेशन निदेशक ने अपने अपने तंत्रों की सूचना मिशन निदेशक को दे दी है। मिशन निदेशक इन सभी तैयारियों से संतुष्ट होने पर यान के प्रमोशन के लिए अनुमोदन प्रदान करेंगे।
Minus 19 minutes.
Timing to control, timing confirms external hold mode.
Noted. LCC1, please note timing confirmed external hold mode.
LCC noted.
This is spacecraft director. US to spacecraft is ready for launch.
The design drivers of SSLV are low cost, low turnaround time.
SSLV D1 US 02 launch. Mission Director Roger.
TTC Director to Mission Director. TTC network is ready for supporting SSLV D1 US 02 mission.
Mission Director Roger.
Minus 18 minutes.
This is Mission Director. Mission Readiness Review and Launch Authorization Board have already given clearance for proceeding with the countdown and launch of SSLV D1 EOS 02 mission. All operation in the countdown sequence till automatic launch sequence have been completed satisfactorily. Based on the clearance obtained from launch vehicle, spacecraft, range and ISRO network station and prevailing favorable weather condition, Mission Director hereby authorized to initiate the launch operation sequence of the launch of SSLV D1 EOS-02 mission at 9:18 hours IST today, that is 7th August 2022.
All stations to note, Mission Director has given authorization for launch.
You have just watched the Mission Director Sri S.S. Vinod,
This is
Project
Vehicle
Director
to
SSLV also,
based on
who has
authorization from
authorized the
Mission
launch
Director.
and giving clearance
Vehicle
for the
Director hereby
initiation
authorizes
of
to
automatic
initiate
launch
the
sequence.
the automatic launch sequence for the launch of SSLV D1 EOS-02 mission.
We are about 16 minutes to the launch. From about 14 minutes, all the critical systems of SSLV will be verified by the onboard computers.
मिशन निदेशक ने यान के प्रमोशन को अनुमोदित कर दिया है और इसके बाद यान निदेशक ALS ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस को जारी कर चुके हैं। इस दौरान पूर्ण नियंत्रण ऑनबोर्ड कंप्यूटर के पास चला गया है। अब वह आंतरिक परीक्षण कर यान को प्रज्वलन का कमांड देगा।
Minus 16 minutes.
TCTC, data loggers are on
The
at
design
Sharwad and
drivers
Chattu.
of SSLV are low cost, low turnaround time, flexibility in accommodating multiple satellites, launch on demand flexibility, and minimal launch infrastructure requirement. In comparison to other launch vehicle development, a small but agile team of SSLV project has realized the project in minimal time. The SSLV design emphasized integration and test simplicity. In the trade of launch, bigger is not always better and heavier is not always more powerful. Following PSLV, GSLV and GSLV Mark III with higher payloads, the SSLV is an effective solution for those payloads that were hitherto launched as secondary payloads on medium launch vehicles. In recent times, there is a growing need among developing countries, private corporations, and universities for small satellites, which is stimulated by the demand from the commercial Earth observation and communication constellations. Small satellites either have to ride share with bigger satellites or wait for a large enough group of small satellites going to a similar orbit. This results in small satellites being placed in suboptimal orbits or waiting for launch schedules to align with larger launches, resulting in long waiting times.
हम आपको प्रथम चरण के बारे में पहले ही जानकारी दे चुके हैं। SSLV का द्वितीय तथा तृतीय चरण SS2 तथा SS3 कहलाता है। यह भी ठोस नोदक वाला चरण है।
Minus 14 minutes.
यह PSLV के HPS3 चरण का व्युत्पन्न चरण है। SS2 तथा SS3 क्रमशः 7.7 टन तथा 4.5 टन के ठोस नोदक वाले चरण हैं। SS2 और SS3 के पश्चात ऊपर पेलोड फेयरिंग के अंदर मल्टी पेलोड एडाप्टर है, जहां उपग्रहों को रॉकेट के साथ एकीकृत किया जाता है। इस यान में एक और मुख्य तंत्र VTM नामक वेलोसिटी ट्रिमिंग मॉड्यूल है, जो उपग्रह को अंतःक्षेपण से पहले निश्चित गति तथा अभिवृद्धि प्रदान करेगा। इसमें 50 kg के मोनोमिथाइल हाइड्रोजीन तथा नाइट्रोजन ऑक्साइड का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। समय बचाने के लिए यह टैंक में फिल कर लॉन्च पैड लाए जाते हैं तथा यान के साथ एकीकृत कर दिए जाते हैं। इस यान में कम से कम लेकिन विश्वसनीय तंत्रों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। अंत में पेलोड फेयरिंग के एकीकृत होने के पश्चात SSLV का उत्थापन भार करीब 120 टन तथा लंबाई 34 मीटर की होती है। SSLV को बहुत ही सरल यान बनाने के लिए इसमें SSLV के सेगमेंट्स को ड्राई जॉइंट प्रक्रिया के साथ जोड़ा गया है। यहाँ ऐसी सुविधाएं उपलब्ध हैं जिसमें कि कई सेगमेंट्स को एक साथ कास्ट कर बनाया जाता है।
Minus 12 minutes.
सभी चरणों के उत्पादन के पश्चात SSLV को सिर्फ एक सप्ताह में प्रमोशन के लिए तैयार किया जा सकता है। आपकी जानकारी के लिए SSLV D1 को 1 अगस्त को इसका एकीकरण शुरू किया गया था तथा आज 7 अगस्त को हम तैयार हैं इसके प्रमोशन के लिए।
Speaking about the launch sequence for today's launch, the ignition of the first stage, SS1, coincides with the T0. The first stage takes the launch vehicle to an altitude of about 90 kilometers. The second stage, or the SS2, ignites at 126.7 seconds, and there is a hot separation of SS1 0.4 seconds later. Then at 132 seconds, there is the separation of interstage S2C. By now, the launch vehicle is at 100 kilometers altitude, so the closed loop guidance is initiated and the payload fairing separation takes place. The second stage, that is the SS2, burns out after an action time of 119 seconds but continues to coast along with the ongoing vehicle for another 91.9 seconds and then separates. The third stage ignites at 143.5 seconds and operates for 112 seconds. The coasting phase continues for 176.5 seconds and then SS3 separates. The altitude for the satellite is almost achieved by now, and the liquid-powered velocity trimming module operates for about 20 seconds to provide the correct attitude and velocity for the satellite injection. Next comes the injection of EOS-02, the prime satellite for the mission, and then injection of Azadi-Sat, the co-passenger satellite in the same orbit.
अब हम उड़ान से 9 मिनट 27 सेकंड की दूरी पर